close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. See the horizon turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. turns to sun rays, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Oops. All right. Thanks for tuning in. This is the DevNet Expert finale stream. Dare I say we're kind of at the end of the road, you know? So, yeah, so today we have quite the agenda, quite the task. I will kind of put out there that we're not going through, this isn't going to be just me heads down in a lab type environment where I'm just going to be pounding away at each of these tasks. It will still be kind of like our other DevNet Expert streams where I'll be going over each topic and kind of diving into some of the details, some things that I learned along the way. And so, you know, I definitely want it to be collaborative. That's the goal. And yeah, so ultimately we're going to go through these lists of tasks. Hopefully we don't have too many problems along the way. But good morning, Nick. How are you doing? Thanks for tuning in. So yeah, so we're gonna start out. You know, if this is your first time, or if you're just like, what the heck is this road to DevNet Expert? So I'm actually taking the DevNet Expert Lab. It's actually, I think the very first day that you're able to take it is May 2nd, and I'm taking it May 3rd. So I'm definitely one of the guinea pigs for the lab. So we've had, I would say for the past 3 months or so, all these different streams, weekly streams, for each of the different topics for the DevNet Expert. Some we've got real deep into, others, you know, I stumbled along the way for sure. But this kind of, you know, finale stream here is going to be covering a few different topics, some that we've covered before, but some that I've kind of learned since the last stream. And hopefully covering it more in depth, and ultimately just, you know, to have fun at the end of the day on the stream, of course. I'm sure I'll be crying during the exam, but yeah, this stream is just as much for the, you know, the viewers as it is for me. I definitely want, if you're learning or if you have questions along the way, please ask them. It could be related to what we're talking about, or it can be something completely different, right? So thanks again for kind of being here, and for those watching the VOD, thank you for watching the video. So, all right, let's kind of dive in here. Nick says he's doing all right. Had to wake up early to watch my stream. Hopefully not too early. I'm actually not sure what time zone you're in, Nick. If you're on the West Coast, I'm very sorry. Very sorry. The Twitter, I had a Twitter poll out, which I know you know about, Nick, but for those that aren't sure, like, hey, why is this guy streaming at 9 o'clock on a Saturday? I had a Twitter poll out about what the times, right? So I'm hoping this stream goes anywhere really between, you know, minimum 3 hours up to 5 hours. Probably will be around that 4-hour mark, but, you know, we'll see as we dive in. And, you know, I had a poll out to say, okay, do you want a 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. stream, or like a 1 to 5 p.m. stream? And actually the 9 to 1 just inched out. I forgot how many votes I had total, but it like just eked out. I think it was like 58% for this morning stream. So yeah, I apologize if you're okay. Mountain time. Yeah. So if you're getting up early for this, thank you for being here. Hopefully it's worth your time. So it's 7 a.m. now. I woke up at 6. All right. That's not. I wake up at 6, but yeah, I get it. Like, we're not. You know, everyone's different. Okay, so you may notice you're like, whoa, what's this? You know, we start out normally with I have a Google sheet of agendas. Well, since this is the finale stream, we're not focused on just one subject. We're going to be focused on multiple. So I actually just adopted Notion this week. I'm trying it out. I've seen buzz about it, and everyone's just like, "Oh, check this out! I can make databases and blah blah blah." Honestly, I only got it because I find it to be pretty minimalist. Like it's very easy. It supports Markdown. Like you could type Markdown and it will convert it for you right here. And it's gonna sound kind of crazy, but I like the natural nesting of Notion. For some reason, OneNote, I had issues with the whole, you click on one thing and it shoots another menu out to the right, and then you have sub pages. This seems to have just, do as you wish. So I haven't got into all the complexities of it, and I don't plan to, but for those curious, like, oh my gosh, he has it built out. No, all this came canned. Anything reading lists up to getting started, this was all just came with it. I created this DevNet Expert notebook, which actually has links to each of the topics. And so you'll see here, it kind of just collapses. And then here underneath the big topics, I have subtopics. And so, yeah, you kind of get the point. But yeah, my problem and what I've kind of hit is I like to do handwritten notes. And I have 3 different notebooks now for the DevNet Expert. So I'm trying to consolidate my thoughts into just one, notebook per se. And so I found Notion to be that notebook. So far it's okay. So we'll see how it goes. But anyways, and I'm gonna keep all along with my studies, the stream ideas. So today, obviously, is April 16th. This is kind of the screenshot I sent on Twitter a couple days ago. So you'll notice that a lot of what we're covering today will be around Yang and NETCONF and RESTconf. The reason for that, and the reason why I chose that specifically, because as you can imagine, I can't cover everything in the stream. I can't cover Ansible, Terraform, CI/CD, NSO. One, there's a bunch of sandbox resources I would need, and 2, it's just, even if I had 8 hours, then I couldn't do everything from scratch, right? And that's kind of the thing to remember as well, for those that might be like, wait, this is the finale, and he doesn't have a whole lot, a lab set up with different specific tasks. Honestly, I have a lab set up, and you'll see that I have network devices, everything's prepped. But, a lot of these tasks, and if you watch any of the DevNet Expert webinars, there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to be kind of built out for you, the scaffolding of the code, where you'll just have to go in and configure specific pieces. So that's kind of, in today's stream, I'll kind of be doing it from that perspective and talking about it from that perspective. And I also think it's more entertaining for you all as well. I don't think it would be as entertaining if I stood up Terraform and stood up GitLab and GitLab runners. I did that in previous streams, but doing it all in one stream, I think that's just too much. So, yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at. And so anyways, so you'll see, a lot of it's RESTconf, NETCONF. There's 3 objectives that flat out say RESTconf, NETCONF. But then there's the, I forget what, I think it's in section 3, about NSO. And NSO, for those that don't know, Cisco NSO is built entirely based off of Yang data models. So once again, you have to understand how to read Yang data models. So I figured Yang, it's always been one of those, I like it whenever I'm in it, but I quickly forget about it because I'm not in it every day. So I figure, we'll go through that today. We'll configure a couple devices using Yang Suite. And then we will flip to automating configuration on a Cisco IOS XE device. I'm going to be using Scrapply most likely for that, just because I haven't used it much. Obviously, that the objective itself kind of keeps it open to using Ansible, NetMiko, Scrapply, whatever's available, from the software list. But I'm going to actually just stick with Scrapply today. I just haven't messed around with Scrapply that much. I think one of the very first streams I was messing around with it, but I just kind of want to hone that in. And then we'll kind of do a shift. So I kind of see this stream as 2 parts. And so you'll see that I have one based on network automation itself. And so configuring network devices, model-driven telemetry, we'll take a look at that in kind of like quote unquote part one. And then the second part is actually going to be more towards software development. So building the REST API. These aren't exam objectives. I kind of pieced them up and put my own little spin on them. So build a REST. I think the exam objective was like, where was it? Build and operate a Python-based REST API with a web application framework. Well, the web application framework is Flask, the one that's listed on the software list. So I'm going to be using Flask, but specifically, they recently updated the software list to include RESTX, Flask RESTX. Personally, I don't have too much experience with that, so I kind of want to learn. I have a lot of experience with Flask, but the RESTX kind of module, I don't. So I want to kind of learn with that. I've read through some of the documentation, and it seems pretty straightforward. But I just want to take a look at it, and then containerize. Once we're done programming the application, containerizing it using a Docker file. And then I just kind of spitballed some REST API ideas to configure, have a REST API that you can call to configure the network, and then it uses RESTConf, NETCONF, Scrapply under the hood. We'll see kind of where we go with this, see how we do on part one, because part two relies on part one. Let's see. Nick said, I pretty much use OneNote for everything and Notepad++ for one-offs. Yeah, don't get me wrong, Nick. I use OneNote for work. I still like OneNote. So it's definitely not like, oh, no, I hate OneNote now. I definitely still use it. Makes sense to not do a whole lab when streaming with us. I do recommend that you do so on your own a few times if you haven't done so already. Yeah, I do plan to do that. Actually, not this week, but the following week. I forget the date. It's the week before the beginning of May, right? The last week of April. I actually took that week off from work, and it's solely based for studying. I plan to do 8 to 12 hours each day. So that's kind of where I'm going to be getting my hard study time in. So yeah, I do plan on doing it during that week. All right, so let's start out. Let's start this. So I'm going to give you just a brief kind of an overview of what all the different pieces we have, right? So for those that are studying for this exam, I highly, highly recommend getting a used server. And the reason, and I've said this before, but the reason is the DevNet sandboxes will do you well for specific tasks, maybe based around a platform like Terraform, NSO. I'm trying to think. ACI. I had to use the ACI sandbox a few times. But I highly recommend just creating your own or getting your own server, downloading ESXi. I'm using ESXi 6.7, I believe. And just spinning up your own VM. So I have 3 VMs booted up right now. One is my CML instance. One's Ubuntu, which is my old DevNet Expert VM I created before I got the candidate workstation, and then the last is the candidate workstation. We'll be working out of the candidate workstation mostly today. The Ubuntu machine's booted up because it has my TIG stack on it, and in a recent webinar, I read that, the creators of the DevNet Expert said that, hey, there's a lot that's not installed on the candidate workstation. So I think if you all remember when we were doing the Kubernetes lab, I was confused why Minikube wasn't installed. The kubectl interface was there, but Minikube wasn't there. So they cleared that up. Minikube isn't installed on there by out of the box. The TIG stack's not installed. The GitLab runner isn't installed. All those different tools, I believe they call it the utility tools, but let me bring it up here. Hey Jeremy, how are you? You're from Paris? That's awesome. Cool. I'm glad you tuned in. I know early on with this DevNet series, I had a lot of people from overseas, in Europe, ask about doing a different time, because 8 p.m. Eastern on Thursdays would have been like the middle of the night for you. So glad you can tune in this morning. Nick says, I get wanting to use another module, Scrapply, but I'd caution against doing that. I think consistency for the lab is more important, but it's just my opinion. Do what you think is best. I think consistency for the lab is important. Yeah, so Nick, I guess the reason I'm using Scrapply on the stream is just because I haven't used it in a while. I'm not testing myself on how quickly I can configure using just Scrapply, if that makes sense. I'm only using Scrapply for the stream, but I'm planning to use Ansible roles, which we've done in the past. RESTConf, like there's different ways to configure, obviously, but yeah, for the just simplicity of the stream, I'll just be using Scrapply today. But totally agree with you not to be kind of locked in. And to follow up, you asked, do they expect you to install it? No. And I guess I probably should have finished that thought. No, they don't expect you to install it. It will be installed on a separate machine that will be in the lab. So you'll have your VM, and then you'll just reference like a host or a remote IP address to say, hey, like shoot all your data to this IP for like telemetry. But it'll be all installed in the lab. But obviously, like I don't have a whole big lab build out right now. I just have that other Ubuntu VM, which will host the TIG stack. And then the GitLab, there'll be an internal GitLab server as well. But all that, I guess, all those IPs and stuff will be provided on test day. Ganesh is here. Hey, how are you doing? You're from Singapore. I did not know that, Ganesh. That's cool. Glad you're here. And Jeremy says, yeah, that's right. Yeah, so yeah, I'm glad you're here. All right. What was I going to tell you or show you? Oh, third-party software. Yeah, so this software here, minus Kubernetes and Minikube. Minikube and Kubernetes supposedly will be installed on the candidate workstation on test day. I don't know why it's not included with the candidate workstation, but that's kind of what I got from that. Everything else, I believe, is going to be on a remote server, or just a separate VM. So I know GitLab and GitLab Runner for sure. Vault, I don't know. And I actually have to dive into Vault this weekend a little more. I don't know if it'll be local or on another server. And then the TIG stack here, Telegraph, InfluxDB, and Grafana will all be on separate VMs from my understanding. Nick asked, will you have access to those systems for verification purposes? Good question. I don't know. We'll kind of see. It's so funny as we get closer to the actual exam day, I get like, I'm a little nervous about like systems not working. Like you hear the horror stories of people with, the CCIE labs that like something doesn't work, but like they know it's kind of like a bug or what they thought was a bug. That's kind of what I'm worried about with all these different pieces of software. I'm like, oh no, like what if like InfluxDB is not working, right? And I could see data or Grafana's not working. I could see data in the Influx database, but then for whatever reason, Grafana doesn't communicate with Influx or something like that. So like, yeah, part of me thinks like, oh boy, like, I don't know. I don't know to answer your question. All right. So back to here. So these are some actions we're going to take is, configure. We'll start out with configuring devices using NETCONF and RESTConf, and then go into telemetry. And then, so that way that wraps up all the, the Yang data model practice first. And then we'll dive into configuring features. And honestly, what we might do, and back to your point, Nick, about, looking at it from a consistency perspective, like not diving into just one tool, is I may configure some of these features using RESTconf or NetConf on an iOS XE device first, and then whatever we don't cover, I'll just use Scrapply or some other library. So let me pull up this. So for those that have never seen this before, this is the does this minimize it? Nope. Trying to minimize it for you. Either way, it's just an Ubuntu machine, but this is the candidate workstation, so I'll be doing a lot of my work today out of it. I really apologize for, I tried my best to get like the resolution better, because I know it's tough, and I'll try to zoom in where I can, but since this is the candidate workstation, I'm going to try to do a lot of my work out of this instead of on my just local Windows machine. So I apologize in advance, and this is a fixed resolution. For whatever reason, I went to like the display settings and it won't change. So I'll try to zoom in where I can. Nick says, you may have to configure some amount of networking to get connectivity to those systems, perhaps. Yeah, that's true. We'll kind of see where, we'll see. Honestly, we'll see. There's so much stuff that goes in my head with like, what ifs. I'm just kind of prepared for whatever at this point. So yeah, you might be right. And so, this is my topology. And I know I can barely read some of the host names, so I'll kind of just highlight over what each device is. So the cloud, this switch, and this switch are all just unmanaged switches that like connect these devices together. You'll see here there's a Nexus switch. So this is a Nexus 9kV. Router 2, this one here, is an iOS V image. Router 3 is another iOS V image. Router 1 is a CSR 1000V. There is a Catalyst 8000V on the test, but because CSR 1000V is just like the quote-unquote legacy model, it still runs iOS XE 17, so that's all that really matters. And then this is a iOS V layer 2 switch. So just to give you a rundown, and I'll kind of go over them, as we go through. All I have right now configured, by the way, is only a management IP and SSH. That's it. So, kind of going back to Nick's point, there may be a chance that all this will be this will just all have Telnet, and then I have to configure all of that. I'm ready. I'm ready for it. So we'll kind of just see as we go. But yeah, that's the only preparations I've made is SSH and getting a management IP on them, so I can SSH from my DevNet Expert, the candidate workstation, into CML. All right, so let's see. I think I want to start. We're going to start actually with Yang Suite. Oh, I think it's Expert. So I touched on Yang Suite a month ago, maybe. It's basically your one-stop shop for anything related to Yang data models and Cisco. Why am I losing it? It's almost like too early. Yang data models, RESTconf, NetConf, GNMI. Like it allows you to do all the testing and exploration. That's kind of what I was aiming for. To look at all your devices. So it works in a few different ways. So first you have to, and this isn't a Yang Suite tutorial. I just want to provide a little bit of background. Jeremy asked, is this topology available or did I make it? I made it. And that's something that may change as well. So something, and for those that are watching, and you may be, Nick asked really good questions because I know he has kind of a CCIE background, and he's kind of been in the trenches with some of these expert level Cisco exams. And I appreciate it because I personally have never taken an expert level exam. And I heard they're completely different, a completely different level than, your professional. So I think one thing that's going to change, or that they'll add, because remember, I'm taking it day 2 that the test is available, right? Like there's technically not like official training material out yet for any of this. Cisco released a learning matrix, they call it, which provides a little bit of resources like, hey, read this book, hey, read these white papers. But there's nothing official out, for training purposes. So I think one thing that they'll do is, I don't think they'll have like one large topology that they'll send out and say, hey, this is exactly what you're going to see on the test, because they made the note that they're not creating one large topology. It's more or less smaller topologies that you'll kind of be troubleshooting or configuring. Whether that holds true or not, I don't know. We'll see. But just that's kind of what I gathered. So I think in the future they'll export a CML lab that you'll be able to just spin up without having to create your own. The reason I created this the way I did was because, one, resourcing, but two, it gives you a flavor of each type of network device. You have a Nexus, you have IOSV router, CSR router. So this is the only iOS XE device in this topology, and then an IOSV layer 2 switch. So that's kind of why it's built the way it is. So, all right. So with Yang Suite, you have your Yang modules repository. I'm sorry, and you can add more. So if I click on new here, or I'm sorry, let me just dive into an existing one. So you can add your Yang data models a few different ways. You can either, the two I think best ways to do it is either grab from the device, grab the models that are present on the device, or download the latest models from the Yang data model GitHub, or the Yang GitHub. And so I actually did, I'm trying to think, I'm pretty sure I downloaded just from the Yang GitHub for both. So I did Nexus 936 and then iOS XE 17.3.2. 17.5.1 is the iOS XE version on the exam. But the CSR is a 17.3.2. That's what it's running. So that's why that's there. So you add the repository, and then from the repository, because it has all those individual, it has all the Yang modules, you can actually break out what you want. So for example, I created a Yang set for just interfaces, and it has IETF and iOS XE. And then you create device profiles, which is obviously your devices. Because I only have 2 devices that are able to speak or speak RESTConf, NETCONF, and able to have Yang data models present on the device. You'll see Nexus switch 1 and then router 1 here. And then there's the Explore tab, which let me just see. Yeah, this is where you literally can break out the models if you want. But I'm going to go down to protocols here, and you could see that you could do gRPC telemetry, NetConf, and RESTConf. And so we will do we'll do a couple things here. So I want to be able to explain kind of going through and reading through a Yang module, because there's a couple exam topics that actually say, hey, based on this Yang module, can you read through it and then produce a payload, I believe is the exam topic. So I'm gonna first do that, and kind of also show and talk out loud about it, kind of not teach it, but like kind of talk out loud. So that way it's easier for me to it's kind of like when they say when you're studying, the best way to study sometimes, like especially like study like a foreign language, is talk out loud to like your dog, speak it to your dog or, your pet. And so like when you speak out loud, that's basically an active recall. That's the whole point of it, right? I'm not comparing anyone. There's no comparing to any pets or anything like that, but it's an active recall of you saying, hey, this is what this does. So I'm kind of going to go through that, because I think the one thing with Yang data models, because they're being adopted for sure, but I think people, they're not in it every day. Like we're still using SNMP, we're still pushing out config snippets, right? Like from the CLI. So my goal is to actually kind of teach, you all something as well, to where you can, read through it and be like, all right, I got it. Like it makes more sense. It's not just a jumbled, JSON mess. Nick says, topology is subject to change too, perhaps based on fail pass rates or as technology changes. That's a good point, Nick, because the one thing I'm going to find interesting with this exam is it's going to change a lot. I think, especially with it being driven by software and software versions, it's going to change a lot. So it'll be interesting like 2 years from now, looking back on like this video, for example, or, this VOD, that, what's going to be different? Like, are we still going to be using the Flask RESTX? Are we going to be using like Fast API? Because along with the technologies, you're also going to look at the industry as a whole. Are people still using Flask, right, to develop these REST API? Probably, but what if that changes? Let's say, like I mentioned, Fast API takes over. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. And yeah, kind of to your point, Nick follows up and says there was a huge topology change from CCIE route and switch version 4 to version 5. Yeah, I definitely see like a DevNet Expert Lab version 2. What it may have and what it may not have. So as an example, right, and this is up for, it can be controversial depending on, who I'm talking to or your thoughts on it, but Cisco released a what is it called? I think it might just be called an iOS XE provider, a Terraform provider. I know it was a Terraform provider, but I forget the name of it. But it uses RESTconf to interact with a iOS XE device, kind of like what we'll be doing. But it's weird because it's not declarative in nature. It's not idempotent, I should say, where you say, hey, make these changes. It's more or less just like a wrapper over like the request library in Python, or using Postman, right? It's kind of weird, but I wonder if like something like that catches wind and gets onto the exam list, right? So yeah, you make a good point, Nick. You said 10 years from now, Python might be replaced with Go. Yeah. And speaking of, not to spoil anything, probably sometime this summer, we may be looking at Go as far as stream topics. So after, obviously, last stream till my exam, and then I'll pick streams back up probably a week or two after, my first attempt. And we'll be doing we'll still be doing network automation, but one of my goals this year is to actually learn a little bit of Go, just because it's catching wind, and it's different. It's just a little different. So yeah, maybe a stream topic here in a month or two. All right. So I took a look at this, and I've prepped the topology, I prepped some ideas, but I will say I'm kind of starting from scratch, and that's I purposely did that. Normally I like prep some of my topics by like doing a DevNet learning lab or doing whatever. The goal of this is I want to go in with kind of no background, or minimal background, I should say. No background sounds crazy, but minimal background, to where I can read it just off the bat and, first impression, this is what my thoughts are, and then we'll try to just struggle through it. because that way it kind of helps solidify some of the things that I know already about Yang data models, and then we'll go into using RESTconf and NetConf. Williams here and says Cisco's Terraform providers feel incredibly check the block. We don't really understand what this is for or why you'd use it, but here you go. Okay. I wouldn't say all of Cisco's Terraform providers. They make a really cool the ACI one, which is actually on the exam. The ACI Cisco ACI provider is actually a really good one if you're using ACI. Obviously, you have to be using ACI. But yeah, the RESTconf one feels a little like, I don't know why we're doing this, but hey, Cisco and Terraform, so here you go. So we'll see. I don't know. Maybe they'll build on it, you know? That's all we can hope for. And realistically, it's just we're hopefully improving from here. It's, you know, we're just creating that foundation. All right. So I wanted to so this first part there'll be some coding, not much. It's going to be more or less just walking through Yang data models. And this is really to help. I'm trying to just walk through myself a Yang data model, get very comfortable reading it, which I do feel comfortable reading it, but kind of just tying all the different pieces together. Because for those that have like not read through an actual data model, and we'll do 17.5.1, you might be like, okay, this just looks like a bunch of gibberish. So we'll focus on interfaces, routing, VLANs, and ACLs. So let's start out with interfaces, right? So there's a couple here: interface common, Opper, and interfaces. Opper is obviously your operational read-only stats, and then there's interfaces here. So we're going to pop open the interfaces module, and you can see we're not going to go through the entire module because it's 7,200 lines. But what's interesting is you can, if you read through, like, the book that I read was called Network Programmability, Network Programmability with Yang, I believe. I've showed it on the stream before, and it's plastered all over the learning matrix to read. Highly recommend. I got to, I believe, chapter like 8. But the first 8 chapters go through pretty much everything you would need for the test. The last few are, like, if you want to basically, they divided it up by Yang modules for network architects, Yang modules for developers, Yang modules for, and it basically from a different perspective, how you would either create a Yang model or how you would consume one. So I still plan to read some of that over the next 2 weeks. But the first 8 chapters will give you plenty enough understanding to read through some of this. William says, yeah, that makes sense. The SD-WAN provider's a neat POC, but I'm trying to use it to do real work and needing to do a ton of work fixing bugs and adding features to fill in the gaps they've left. To be honest, I've never used the SD-WAN provider for Terraform. And outside of ACI, I've used Terraform to do like the how-to with the AWS provider, but I'm not in it every day, so the only time I've used it is really for studying. But that's cool. I mean, hopefully they do fix some of those gaps and features for you. If you do have, I'm assuming you have SD-WAN deployed if you're using the provider, or at least in a POC state. All right, so you have I'm going to be relating a lot of this to Python as we go through, but you'll see that we have different import statements. Obviously, these are imported from other Cisco modules within the same folder. So like we saw the interface common one, the module. So they're importing this, and then if I was to relate this to Python, you'd say import this module as, and then you would give it like a friendly name per se. That's what prefix does. So anytime we see ios-ifc, that basically refers to this module. Otherwise, you'd have to refer to this long name everywhere in the in this module. So like as an example, let me go ahead and Control F, and if we do highlight all, there's 4 matches. So if we just go through, you'll see, it's used down here in the container interface. And so then you have all the revisions here. I'll be interested on how this goes, since it seems like it's a manual process. Like I'll be interested years from now, like if they still keep this up, or if there's gonna be some sort of ledger that they can create that would keep track of this automatically. I don't know. But you can see all the revisions and then the groupings here. So groupings I kind of picture as like functions per se, to where they have I guess functions might not be the right word, but basically it's a group of everything that's relative to one another, right? So multicast group min, multicast group max, local routing. And that's all this module is. I'm not going to go through it. And so, I mean, you could see, all right, so here's a bunch of interfaces. So yeah, you can see interface with dependency grouping. That's the name of the group. And then going down through here, you can see that there's, defines a loopback interface, multi-link interface. Like it hits on all of those. Where it's interesting with this, right? Because you're like, okay, there's a bunch of groupings, but like I'm trying to read through this as how would I use it, like in an XPath or with NetConf or RESTConf. What's interesting is down here at the bottom, or it should be at the bottom. Let me see if it has an augment. Oh no, because it's a sub-module. So the sub-module up here actually basically states, hey, this module is a sub-module that belongs to iOS XE native. But if we go to, let me go to BGP real quick. If we go to BGP, this is all open config. I don't need the README. Oh, let me shoot up at the top here. Here we go. So this is the BGP module. I think it's even bigger. Yeah, it has 12,000 lines of code, or 12,000 lines. So you'll see, they state the module. The namespace is something that has to be unique amongst all other Yang models or modules. And so this one, they recommend using the your company, your URL basically. And so that's why this doesn't actually take you anywhere. This is literally just a namespace. This is to keep it globally unique among other Yang modules. But you can see how many, this BGP module specifically, how many imports it takes, right? And you can see like why it may import some of these, right? Interfaces. OSPF is even included, right? But it doesn't mean that OSPF is like part of BGP, right? But there may be features in OSPF, as it being a routing protocol that need to be included with BGP. And then native here is prefixed with iOS or iOS. All the revision data is at the top as well. And then, yeah, you can kind of go through here, see all these groupings, like I said, are literally groupings of information that's common and can be used as imported into different, areas, right? So you may have this grouping here. I don't even know if it's used, but let's just see. Right? So you can see it's used within this IPv4 unicast grouping. So, and that's the way it literally uses the word uses. So if you were to read this, you would say, okay, so in the container IPv4 unicast, then I would have to jump back up to this grouping, okay, here, and then jump into default information, and then leaf originate, and then right now it's a type. It's just an empty type. So, yeah, that's just like one example of how you have to jump between all these different groupings and how they're being used and the imports and everything like that, right? And so that's where a tool like Pyang comes in, right? And Pyang, it will actually break all this. We'll read all of this, and reorganize it for you. Because you can see here, if I was to read this straight through, I'd be like, okay, I'm on line 8,961 in this IPv4 unicast grouping. I would jump down and find, oh, well, I do want to use this. This module is being used, but where is this? So Control F is your best friend. You jump back up to line 3,787 and say, oh, okay, that's where it's being used, and this is what's in it, the container, the leaf, and so on. But then you're immediately back into that problem where you're like, oh, I got to check this next grouping out. Where's this one at? And then you have to jump back and forth, right? You're basically jumping all through the file. And then that's if it's within the local file, right? We talked about the prefix. So if you do something like this, oops, hold on. Let me try to find, right? So if you look at this, you'll say, okay, I want to use this container, uses, and then we find the iOS prefix and then the name of the grouping, right? Well, where does this come from? Well, if you remember back at the very top, we had these prefixes. So now you have to go to this module, right? So that's another reason why it's tough to rate out. That's kind of how you have to understand to read a Yang data model and understand that it's not just reading from start to finish and you got it. You kind of have to, it's just like programming, right? If you break out individual modules, classes, you have to understand where information's at and how to use it. So yeah, that's everything. So that's the imports. That's and obviously we use groupings from other modules, and then we create modules within this BGP file. All right, I'll take a quick break there because I saw that there's a couple chats that came in. Nick says, I never considered a grouping having a container that uses other groupings. The more you know. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. And that's why like I said, if you read that book, it breaks this down in a much easier way because they start with an example. I believe it's a bookstore example, and they build on it. And so you understand they start you out with something simple like a leaf, right? Leaf is basically just a definition, and it gives you a description and then a type, right? Pretty simple to read. And then it builds from there, and then you get into groupings. Then you understand what imports are, and then prefix, and so on, what we just ran through. So yeah, it gets deep quick. Nick also says, this is also the first time I'm seeing when in a Yang data model. Nick, I'm telling you, man, I almost need you just to be on stream with me, because you literally say what's on my mind, but then I forget it. Yeah, so when is a conditional, and this is actually something that in the NSO topic, let me find the NSO topic. Yeah, so with the NSO topic here, you actually they tell you that you have to create a basic Yang module using lists, leaf lists, data types, and then a single argument with when and must, right? So when is basically saying it's like a existence check. Well, this specific one. So what this will do is say, and this is a relative path, so it leaves this grouping, it leaves this container, and it goes into EVPN, and if that exists, right, and this is in the context of not if it exists in the module, when it's being used, does it exist, right? Because you can see EVPN here, and right now it's just type empty, but with the type empty, think of it as it's considered like a flag, or think of it almost as Boolean. Like if EVPNs exist in the data model, then that means it exists, right? If it's leaf EVPN true, So this says when EVPN exists basically and reoriginate exists. And you can see they're both set as empty now. But if you were to use that in an actual data model and an implementation, then stitching RT would be available to you. So yeah, that's that. And then on top of all of this, right? So now your head's probably spinning. And this is like, that's why I said in the beginning, like some of it will be coding today, but I really, talking out loud about it is much easier than trying to like just code it away and be like, oh yeah, we just do, a subscription here, we do git config here, and so on. Because believe it or not, whether you like it or not, it seems like Yang data models are kind of on that path to, sooner or later replace SNMP. Obviously can be used with configuration aspects, but it's coming, right? So so it's definitely there. Nick says, so if it exists, even though it's empty, interesting. So I'm trying to, and it's tough to explain. So this is the module, right? This defines the scaffolding. It's the scaffolding of the module, and then when you implement it, obviously you don't have to. When you implement BGP, this module, you don't use every little piece of it. So what that is saying is, during implementation, if it's being used, which EVPN, that basically, it's like I said, it's more of a flag. Think of it as like Boolean, right? Instead of, it says type empty, but think of it as like Boolean. And I know that that's definitely, it's, if you use implementation, people that are like, Yang data model masters will probably just yell at me, but that's kind of the way you almost have to think of it at first, is it's a flag to say whether it exists or not. So in your NETCONF or RESTCONF payload, if you included, for example, right here, in VPN v6 unicast, and then we went into another leaf, like obviously this one says obsolete, but I'm just using it as an example, then you could, then it would exist. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, but it only exists if it's included during the implementation. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. Nick says can't be used with a leaf ref. You could probably use it as a leaf ref. To use it, no. So like another leaf couldn't call on it, if that's what you're asking. Since it is like a type M. I mean, I don't know though. That's a good question. Maybe it could be used even though it's an empty type. But yeah, I wouldn't think so. William says, so basically the thing is only needed if these things are also used. Correct. William, I'm telling you what, I need to just pass the mic to you because I just talked in circles for 5 minutes, but you just said it in a single sentence. Yes. So whenever you use when, in this case, right, especially if type is empty, all you're saying is if these two exist in your implemented data model, then you can use stitching RT. You can also use when to do comparisons. So you could say when EVPN equals 10. I don't know, right? Or if it equals a string value that you're looking for. So you can do conditionals within using when as well. It's a little more difficult, but you can definitely do it. So hopefully, I mean, William basically nailed it on the head. I don't know why I couldn't say that. All right. All right. So the last piece I wanted to show you, because you could go through this and you could read them through. You see grouping, containers, leaf. Like you can go through all this and be like, all right, like, but as I said, they're not really in an order. So like, just because this grouping is right here at 4888, and then this one's right behind it at 4932, they may have no relevance to each other. They're just being defined. So now that you might have an idea, you're like, all right, they define modules or groupings, which then can be used in other groupings, and then you can import groupings from other modules. now, just to really like make your head spin, the augment keyword, and this is at the bottom here. So now what this module does is it builds on top of an existing module. So let's say I want to use Cisco IOS XE-BGP in my XPath, right? You might look at this and be like, okay, like it's self-contained, right? It just uses, it creates modules, it builds its own, it imports some, like, and so on. No, what it does is it augments and extends, that's what really augment is, extends the other modules listed at the bottom here. And you'll see iOS native, iOS router, iOS IP, iOS IP. And so now you're like, all right, what the heck is this stuff? So if we look at, remember, iOS is a prefix. So if you go back to the top, you'll see the iOS prefix. And that belongs to Cisco IOS XE native, which is kind of, if you look at enough Yang models or modules, you'll see that this is kind of like a base for a lot. But it's prefixed with iOS. So anywhere you see iOS, it's really referring to IOS XE native. So we scroll down to the bottom here. So now we have Cisco IOS XE native, and then IP, or in this case router. And then it uses this. So just to wrap this up, let me go back to the native Cisco IOS XE. All right, we'll look at this. We'll open this up, and we'll find, I think it was router was 1. Oh, hopefully, that's only 5 matches. Container router, okay. Interesting, so that's an empty container. Let me just see. So we go down to augment. So within the native container, so let me do native. This is gonna pop up a lot, I know it. Or wait, so container native. And then, so within this container, we're gonna go to router, the container router, right? So we're within native, and I'm sure if I copied and pasted this into VS Code, you could get the breadcrumbs. But now you're in this container, and you can see it's basically an empty container, which is kind of neat, because now what we're saying is, okay, go to this container, right? Native router, which is here, and then augment it, which add to, right? Extend this grouping, which this grouping I can almost guarantee is going to be found within this BGP module. And sure enough, it is. So now you're like, now you're probably like really spinning, and I've just confused a lot of you, but I guess the point of all this is to look at all of these Yang models and not be freaked out and be like, oh, if I want a little bit of BGP, I just take the BGP model, right? Or the module. No, that's not the way it works. Because you can see here, this module depends on the Cisco IOS XE native module because it extends it. So it's just something to kind of think about, is how the interdependence between all the different modules, and it makes sense. And you're probably like, well, Dan, like, why is, like, that seems like kind of crazy, because now you have a bunch of dependencies and changes are going to be crazy, and you know, you always hear about loose coupling and all that. Well, you have to remember, if you didn't do any sort of relationships between these different modules, then you'd have to redefine, for example, something as simple as an IPv4 address. You'd have to redefine that in every single module if you didn't have any interdependence between these modules. So, yeah, that's BGP, and we'll take a look at BGP actually in using Pyang, which, like I said, Pyang kind of takes all this information and builds out like, okay, what would you really use to send a RESTconf or NetConf payload, right? And so if we dive over to here, and we go to not this. I wish I could minimize this. So I actually store these because I've been messing around with them for a bit. So I actually created this one here. So I did Pyang. What was it? Pyang-f tree. So format tree output to a text file. So it's easier to read versus just right in the terminal. So the module now, you could see augments, right? iOS native router, and then we immediately jump into a list item with a key of ID. So you have to specify an ID. What's the ID? It is a BGP ASN, basically. And then from there, you jump into BGP, and within BGP, you have, best path, you have like all your standard BGP configuration settings you can do within the BGP grouping per se. Like that's kind of the way, if you want to flip between them, it's the kind of looking at it from that perspective. But that's the beauty of Pyang and why it exists, because it does all this for you. Right? It takes all those groupings and those relationships and like, okay, what uses what, and formats it in a way that you could say, oh, if I want to change, I don't know, change best path, right? Do something different with the best path configuration item. You could then go in and understand, okay, I would go to the Cisco iOS XE native module, to the native container, the router container, and then dive right into BGP and then list the ID. And then you could then slowly move down the tree to whatever you want. And you can see down here, there's some better, I believe, let me find it here. Like your neighbor statements and whatnot. You see, log neighbor changes. That's an easy one, right? So it's log neighbor changes, and then it's true or false. Almost everyone has log neighbor changes on, so that would be one that you would do. And to get to that though, it's using Pyang. You can read like, okay, I'm gonna follow this line, right? And so I would specify ID BGP, and then go specify log neighbor changes, and then say true, right? And that's your payload. And then you would send it via RESTconf, NetConf, and obviously have it encoded either using JSON or XML. Totally up to you. But that's kind of how that works. And I kind of pause there to say, if you understood that, or for the most part, like, okay, like I won't just look at a Yang module as reading from top to bottom. If you look at it and you're like, okay, I got it, I'll use Pyang to understand how to actually create my payload, but I'll use the Yang module to understand how it's built, then you pretty much have it, right? That's like it's not an easy thing to get, because a lot of people just want to jump to implementation, right? Getting that working example, which is a good place to start, but for a test like the Expert, you really have to have that level of understanding to where it's like, okay, I got it. Because if you look back here at the exam objectives, right, create a RESTconf or NETCONF payload based on a Yang or a given Yang module. That's literally one of the 10 objectives for the biggest section of the exam, right? And so if you have that understanding, and then you create a NetConf filter using XPath, that's next. But you have to understand XPath, and XPath uses what we just looked at with PyYang. It uses those different, it basically filters down to the resource you're looking for. And then configure networking devices using NetConf or RESTconf, given Yang analysis tools. That's what we're actually be diving in right now. And then obviously, so we have 1, 2, 3, and then if you want to include NSO, because NSO, if you understand Yang data models, you can build out a service package, which create a basic service package is 2.10. So that's almost half of the biggest section here if you have to understand Yang data models. So that's kind of just that's why I took so long, and maybe you fell asleep while going through all that. But I think it's easier if someone goes through it and explains it. Like I said, I learned it from that book I mentioned. But I just think it's easier that way. Medi's here. Hey, how are you doing? Thanks again for the kind words on Twitter. It's nice to hear, and wish you good luck for your attempt, and thank you for this huge effort. Yeah, not a problem. I'm glad people tune in. That's my biggest thing, is I like that there's engagement. Not to say I definitely don't look at any sort of like numbers per se, like, because I'm not like a big like streamer like Twitch streamer, the ones that have look at numbers and analytics. I'm only streaming because I want others to see that there can be sometimes a struggle with learning, but at the end of the day, if you see someone else a different way that it's explained, it may help you understand it better and make it more engaging and fun for you. So thank you, like I said, again, for the kind words, even in the chat and on Twitter. All right, so enough talking. Let's get down to business here. So let's make sure my devices are online first. So as I mentioned, we have from the Yang perspective, we have an iOS XE and a Nexus device. And you'll see they're both kind of different in their own ways. There we go. So we will make sure that, okay, so 160 is good. So that's our iOS XE device. So we'll start there. So let's do with NetConf, not capabilities, it's modules. I don't even know what module it's in. Let's do BGP. So what we're doing here is all those modules that I showed you before, or the iOS XE BGP module specifically, I'm pulling that. And what Yang Suite will do is basically create that PyYang look to it, right? It will kind of parse out all those different groupings and everything like that. And it will produce something that you can interact and create payloads and actually interact with devices. So we will parse this out. So I only selected iOS XE BGP. And we'll see. Should only be parsing that one, but I guess there's dependencies with all these others that you see here. So it says checking identity bases. That was one that we didn't cover. But basically, you could create these, think of it almost as like Python classes, but they're called identities in Yang. And then if you want to reference or subclass those higher level classes, you can create, you can use the keyword base in those subclasses to reference, a parent class. And just to show you while it's, all right, it's almost done. Let me see if it has, this one definitely should have an identity. And maybe not though. Container identity, no. So it's literally a keyword. It's identity and then the name of a class and normally a description, and then you can kind of go from there. But yeah, I can't show, apologize, I can't show a working example. Okay. So now we should be able to, because remember the BGP module, all it does is augment or extend the native router module. So we see native, and now we have to go to router. Might be the best thing to do. So now we're in router, and here we go, right? So now we have all these different, and if we go to OSPF, the OSPF Yang module, it would also augment the router module as well. Well, let's just go down here. All right, so now we want to edit, because I can do git. Well, let's do git. Well, no, git, it won't show. I'll just show you. I was gonna show you like to prove that nothing's on there, and I'll do that here in a second. Okay, we're already on it. So I'm just doing a show run pipe section router BGP, and you can see there's no results. And so now I'm going to use NETCONF. I'm going to create a payload, right? And then let me do edit config. I think I had an issue with this before. Is there a way I can minimize? Yeah, I may have to minimize some of this. Hold on. Zoom out. Yeah, so I apologize if it gets it's smaller writing, because the reason is to change the operation. So in NETCONF, what's interesting is you just choose there's only like 3 common operations: git config, and edit config. What to do, right? Think of it as like the CRUD operations, either create, update, delete, and so on. You actually specify that operation within the RPC, so you don't actually have to say like git put, like kind of from a RESTful perspective. You don't have to state that's the action you want to do. You put that within the operation itself. So here we'll create a ASN of 65,001. And let's take a look. Remember the BGP container, if you go back to our PyYing example, or I'm sorry, it's right here. So we're going to add log neighbor changes, but if you remember back at the top here, you had native router BGP, you specify the ID, and then you jumped into another BGP list here. And so that's what we're going to do. So that's where BGP is. So the container, I'm sorry, I said list. So you have the container, and you specify, what did we say? log the changes. So let me see. I don't think it's under default. No. Oh, duh. I'm like looking straight at it. So we'll say, because it's a Boolean value, it's true or false. So we'll say true. So we'll just do something simple like that. First. And actually, let me specify while we're here. Let me do the neighbor. So I'll also do neighbor here in a second, but let me build the RPC. Maybe, unless keys are specified. Oh, I thought I did the key. Do I have to change the operation? Oh, I didn't put the operation. So here's the operation. Merge, replace, or create. Merge is the default, and merge will basically, if it's there, it will kind of overwrite, basically, or I'm sorry, it will merge the changes, right? It could be there, it can't be, it may not be there, it will create it for you. Replace will literally, no matter what, delete whatever you have, add whatever you want to put in here. It's more atomic. And then create, if it's already present, it will fail, but if it's not there, it'll just create it. So what I might do is just keep the merge operation, just because, you know, it's that nice in between. Nick asked, would you do a set of Git operations in a script and then do some edit configs, or would you do separate scripts for each operation? What do you think is the best way for the lab? I think what I probably would do is, to get a better understanding, I would probably do Git. But if like it was like, hey, configure these settings, I would do an edit and then use the merge operation. But there, like you said, like, you know, I kind of thought about is, if they're like, hey, there's some lingering configuration, you might have to delete some, then I would do a replace, because then replace would take out whatever's there and then put in whatever you kind of state. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing with the lab. It's, dude, it's there's just so much with it. That's kind of why I went over the whole Yang structure there, because if I have that strong foundation, then I'm not too nervous about anything else, right? Whereas like with previous exams, like it would say like, hey, look at interfaces, BGP, like specific things to create a Yang payload. Or I'm sorry, like a RESTConf or NETCONF payload. I could look at just those Yang modules and be like, okay, I know it. This is here, this is there. This is the difference between IETF and native. Whereas this one's a little more like, okay, we'll throw a Yang module at you. It might not even be a network one, to be honest, because they did say to create a payload based on a Yang module. What if they just give you one that they made up, right? There's nothing you could study. You just have to understand how these are constructed. So, okay. So we have, let me clear this out, because let's build this. The following lists are missing values for one of their list keys. Oh. I think it was ID. No, I have the ID. What is the key here? It doesn't have a key. I wonder if you have to include the neighbor as well. No, you shouldn't have to. Let me see. Oops. That's weird. So BGP has the ID. That's already there. I don't know why they're saying it's missing. And this BGP list doesn't have a key. And the only thing I'm doing is logging neighbor changes, and it's optional. That's what the question mark is for. It's optional. Interesting. All right. Well, so be it. So we'll see if this works. I don't know. Did it miss the Oh, do I have to highlight this? I'm trying to figure out if it's something I'm doing or what. No, the ID's there. Let's just see if it works. Or errors out. Okay, so I got the RPC replies okay. And you can see what the payload looked like, right? So we had edit config, the target data store, right? NETCONF has the different data stores. It's targeting the running. We configured BGP 65001 and we're logging the neighbor changes. So if we go back to CML, you can see we have router BGP 65001 and then we're logging BGP neighbor changes. So weird. I don't know. Yeah, not too sure. All right, so before we're done with this guy, I also want to configure some neighbors, right? So let me go to BGP neighbor. And so I will preface, I did not plan this far ahead as far as so on the exam they've said that, you know, they're not, the idea is picturing you as the network net DevOps the automation guy basically, right? And that you'll be talking with a network architect that will provide configuration files for you or configs for you. So it's not that you don't have to know network configuration, because they do say you should have like a CCNA, CCNP level understanding of networking. But like you don't have to, it won't say like spin up BGP with these path preferences and, you know, do a confederation. Like it's not going to be like your traditional CCIE route and switch. So we're going to focus on just the configuration piece, a basic configuration, because understanding that the configuration will be provided. The biggest thing will be understanding how to read these, right? Read these different containers, and kind of like what we've already gone through. So if you're kind of sitting there scratching your head like, dude, how is this guy going to do an expert level exam? That's still to be determined. I will say that kind of flat out, but a lot of the configuration will be provided on the exam. That's why I don't have a lot of the configuration like scripted out or anything like that. So, all right, so now it's going to be, okay, well, I want to create some neighbors, right? So the neighbor is going to be under a list, right? Which has a key. So now we're defining the neighbor. And the neighbor is going to be the other IP, which I don't have set up yet. But let me think about this. Actually, I'll configure this without, so the WAN here, and look at the right side of the circle here. We have R2, R3, and R1. These are two IOSV routers, which will, like I said, use Scraply to do, to configure. And then I'm just trying to think. The subnet I'm going to use probably, I'll just use, I always use like a high number, so I'll just do like 10.250/16. Way overkill. Or 10.250.1/24. So that'll be the network for the WAN here. And so the BGP ID for the other router, so assuming our router is going to be 10.250.1.1, we'll do 10.50.2. And then the remote AS for that guy, we'll just do all eBGP neighbors. So we'll just do, his ASN will be 6502. Description. about the description. I'm trying to look at other ones here. Oh, log neighbor changes. Oh, here you go. Who asked that? William or Nick? You're asking about the empty data type. I believe this actually is it. So by default, this is disabled. This leaf is disabled. Oh, wait, no. I'm pretty sure it's a type empty, though, if I remember correctly. I have to go through the Yang model, but you can see why it says present. That's why I said it's like kind of tough to say, like, if it's a type empty, you can specify it to be in the RPC, and maybe we will. We'll just keep it present. But if it's not, if you say it's present but it's disabled, it's still present in the RPC, but it's just in a disabled state, right? So if it's present, though, if there's another check, like let's say for whatever reason the password depended on the log neighbor changes, you would say when, and then do the relative path to log neighbor changes. So, and it would just say when log neighbor changes, then you could use the password, right? Or it would configure the password. So that's kind of what I was getting at. Like, it's kind of like Boolean, but it's kind of not. It's only like during implementation. Nick asks, same BGP AS or no? No, I'll just do different, well, I guess I would probably I could subnet it out. No, I was planning to do different external. Now you have me thinking about. This is like the one thing with network automation, especially when you're labbing it up, is trying to think of like context switching between the automation piece and then the network configuration, or the network design. So I think I'm gonna do just different ASNs. And we'll just keep it all in that /24, because ultimately, remember, it's not about like the different BGP attributes and something you traditionally see on the CCIE. It's more about the automation, but at the same time, you do have to understand, okay, how's BGP, like what is a BGP neighbor and how's it formed versus like OSPF. Anyways. I think this is good. I think this is good here. So we'll build this RPC as well. I don't know why it keeps showing that error message, because it's definitely there. But, and this is another thing, by the way, with BGP. Just to kind of show it off here. Hold on. Let me delete this, because this is redundant at this point. So BGP, you actually like... I just deleted the old RPC, but let's say I wanted to configure BGP and OSPF at the same time, and actually come to think of it, let's do that. You can put that all in the same RPC and hit it against the network device, and you'll have BGP and OSPF up in one instant, in one call, right? Whereas in RESTconf, it's stateless, right? Because it's using, that REST architecture. Being RESTful is stateless. There's no data persistence. There's no like, okay, I configure BGP, like, all right, let me configure us. You have to do multiple calls because you're hitting multiple endpoints, especially, over, or using different XPaths. I shouldn't say endpoints, but different XPaths with RESTconf. But the nice thing with NetConf is it's atomic too. So it's like, if I want to configure BGP, OSPF, logging, NTP, basically stand up your network device, you can do that in one RPC. And so that's something that's, I think, will definitely be on the test is, hey, build out a network. Going back to Nick's point of like, hey, they might actually ask you to make the network connectivity. I could see them asking, hey, configure this, this, and this, only using NetConf or only using Yang data models, and they might leave it up to RESTconf or NetConf. Leave it up to you. And in that case, and it's gonna sound crazy because I remember saying this on stream. One of the first streams I did, we were looking at NetConf and RESTconf. I was like, oh, dude, RESTconf is just so much easier. Like, it's just JSON. It looks nice. XML is so, like, gross and verbose. Because of the different capabilities of NetConf, and it being, like, a transaction, right? And having rollback features and having different targets, targeted data stores, I'm starting to like NetConf more than RESTconf. I mean... That's that's crazy. I don't think I didn't think I'd ever say that. Oh shit. Let's see. I didn't mean to disable that. Boom. All right, there we go. There we go. So here's the log neighbor changes under the neighbor, which are probably like, I thought we were going to disable that. No, remember this is the type empty. So that's why it's included. That's why I included it, but I didn't want to disable it because I wanted to show you. Well, no, we'll disable it. Let's just see what happens whenever I have it disabled. So, okay. So we still have our configuration from before, right? We have our local ASN 65001 for the BGP process. We're logging all neighbor changes. For this specific neighbor, our neighbor, the ID is going to be the other IP address, the WAN IP on another router. That remote ASN is going to be 65002. And then we're going to disable logging neighbor changes just on this one. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm also going to just do my other neighbor change, or do my other neighbor, because at the end of the day I'm going to have two neighbors all within different ASNs, and we're not going to disable neighbor changes. We're just going to have it present. So now if we go back to, I don't know why I keep clicking off of that. So just to show you what we have here so far, is this. I'm actually going to go ahead and remove this. So now we don't have any BGP configuration on this router. And then I'm going to go ahead and let it rip. And remember, this is all in the same RPC, right? We don't have any sort of, like in using RESTconf, we'd have to do multiple calls, because you may be hitting, using a different XPath, or the body will be different. Like it's not, in this case, technically you might be able to do it in one RESTconf call because it's all BGP, but let's say we wanted to include OSPF with this, which we will add to this in a second. But we'll go ahead and run RPC. And we'll see what happens. Sometimes it hangs up too, so we'll see what happens. William says, "Oh man, didn't notice finale stream. I got to go rack up some gear at the data center. Good luck on the exam." Hey, appreciate you, William. Thanks for sticking by, and good luck. Good luck racking up the gear in the data center. Yeah, we'll have more streams. This is just the finale to the DevNet Expert stream series. Hunabite asks, "Are you attending Cisco Live this year?" I wish I could. I am not, though. I was planning on to, but with the DevNet Expert, with studying and just trying to knock that out, I was hoping to knock it out, obviously in May, but if not, like take one more attempt. So my thoughts were I was going to study, like if I have to do another attempt, use that time to study. But currently, no, I'm not enrolled to attend. But I hopefully are, for those that are in chat, who all is going? I'm curious. I've seen a lot of people go this year, or like sign up to go because it's in Vegas. It's in person, so like I think a lot of people have kind of been ready for this. So definitely put in chat if you're going. I'd be interested. All right, I don't know what's going on here. Let me try running that again. Did it run yet? No, not yet. It's weird. It's like I'm like trying to run the so now it's connected. Now we can we run it? Well, this stinks. Yeah, so now I have this. Oh, here's for those interested, this is like so with Yang Suite you can do like ad hoc sessions where Yang Suite does SSH basically. It's on net, what NetConf runs over, and I just did a git config RPC, and you can see it here. It's pretty simple. So you specify the source of it running, and then we just do a git config, and you can see in XML it kind of breaks down the entire configuration for us. So the interface is here. You can see interface, IP address, all that nice stuff. I guess it's just taking a bit because it's saying send RPC requesting dispatch. So like, I don't know. I guess I'll let it sit. So Hannah says, was one of the lucky few from my company who's blessed with a pass. That's awesome. Yeah, I know it's that time of year too. Like everyone wants to go, but companies can only send so many, on their dollar. And even if it's not on their dollar, like you can't have your entire network engineering team out for a week. So that's awesome. Is it your first time, Hannah? Just curious. So I'll give a disclaimer. This is not like an issue. This isn't the speed of NetConf. This is nothing related to Yang data models or this is just Yang Suite kind of acting buggy here for whatever reason. All right. So we're going to do that. We're going to end that session. Run RPCs. It's like it doesn't want to, let me see. All right. Let's try this. Weird. It's kind of like bugging out now. Well, I'm gonna copy all this. Can't lose it. Now that I got it, I'm not losing it. So let's just spin up another session here. And protocols, NetConf, IOSXE, R1. That's so weird. I don't understand why it would say that. I don't need to explore any modules, so let's just put the RPC in here and see what it does. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, It's like Yang Suite's dying on me. Because I see it, it's trying to send a hello. It looks like it does. Well, it initializes. Ends the session. Maybe it's my device too. That could be it. Hopefully it's not my device. Oh, it's your first time. That's awesome. Hana's first time. Glad I'm not the only one who experiences the Yang Suite bugs. Yeah, I sometimes get this, but like it normally, like with a refresh and log out, log in, it works. Or I don't know. Like I am kind of pushing CML to its, well, my like CML version, but like, yeah, everything's still up. Show platforms. I think software, right? Yeah. NetConf, or not NetConf. Yang process. Monitor. It's everything. Oh, let me do state. Running, active. Okay. I mean, nothing's failed yet, so that's a good thing. Nick says, people are itching to go out and do these cons. I'm still weary of them, considering my belief COVID is still a thing. Yeah, it is. It's definitely a weird time, and especially a place like Vegas, it gets packed. So, and especially like June. I mean, I'm sure it's a lot of people. If they fully open sourced, it would be much better. Yeah, I mean, I would think so. That's kind of the hope of, I think, a lot of people, or any open source project, is that there's more people, more eyes on the project, more bug fixes can be made, more issues are brought to the attention. So, yeah. Well, this kind of stinks, but I guess what we could do is I'll try a couple more things here, because I want to keep using Yang Suite because I think it's really fun to go through the different Yang data models. But we could also use NC Client and just code it out. So let me do this. We'll do device profiles. And then we'll just do a quick check. Because I'm thinking it might be an issue where Yang Suite thinks a device is dead or something, but it's not. Because it obviously is working. Like, you just saw me on the CLI. Man. Well, while that's doing that, yeah, it's so funny. I was talking to my wife and was telling her, I was like, yeah, I'm doing this 4-hour stream. She's like, wow, like that's gonna be a long stream. I was like, honestly, it's not gonna be long enough. And she was like, what? And I was like, yeah, it's our normal streams are like hour and a half, mostly 2 hours, I would say. And I was like, it's like we just get caught up. It could be caught up in conversation, or things don't work out, and then 3 hours goes by. And I was just looking at the clock. It's almost 11 now, so we're about halfway through, kind of where I wanted to be, or halfway through the stream, I should say. So 2 hours in, and we've barely touched the first line item. So I think what I'm gonna do, because I want to get to, I think by like 11:30ish, I want to get to the REST API. Oops, didn't mean to do that. So I think what I might do is we'll start coding out some of the other iOS devices. We will probably we won't be able to go through the RESTConf piece. I mean, ultimately, the big difference being that NetConf is via SSH, RESTConf is HTTP. Actually, I take that back. Let's do some RESTConf. Hopefully, the Yang suite figures itself out, and then we'll configure some telemetry because we have the TIG stack up and running. So we'll do some telemetry, and then configuring the network devices. I may not. What I might do is I may not touch on each of the pieces because, especially using something like Scraply, it's pretty straightforward. Where you don't have to, it's your CLI commands via traditional Scraply, but there is a NetConf or Scraply NetConf that I think I'm gonna take a look at here to do some of the other configuration items. So we'll do that, and then we'll take a quick break after that, and then get into the software development side. All right. Let's go back to here. All right, so it says everything looks good. Let's go to NetConf. Oh, I forgot. Please be paste. All right, it's still on my clipboard. Oh, choose a device. R1. And then I just changed the NetConf operation to edit. Maybe, oh, you know what? Maybe I'm kind of breaking it by not choosing the module. So let me do that real quick. I'll load the module, and then I'll do a git config. I think maybe that's what I did. I didn't fill all this out last time. Hey Marcos, how are you? Glad you could make it. You missed my elongated talk, I guess, my TED talk on Yang data models and how to read them and such. So now we're kind of to the NetConf section. So we're configuring, what we're doing now is we're configuring BGP targeting the running data store, or the running config basically, and then configuring 2 BGP neighbors. All right, so I want this to load, but I already have my RPC built, so I don't really need the module, but I guess I'm sure there's some code in the back end that all this has to flow for this to work. All right, so we'll do edit. Oh yeah, I guess I don't know why that would make a difference, because there we go. Oh, maybe. Temporary session. So I guess there's some issue with NetConf. So it's weird because sends the hello, received a message from the host, initialized, server capabilities equals, I wonder if I can reset. How do I restart the NetConf process in iOS XE? Cisco. Because based on the list of server capabilities, I don't know if NetConf or if Yang suite isn't processing it correctly, or if there's an issue with NetConf parsing on the device. Actually, what I might do is this. We'll do no NETCONF. I think I just did NETCONF that. I think it's NETCONF dash yang. Okay. All right, and let's just restart. I think that was it. Yeah. Dude, see, Nick, I'm telling you, you're just like, you know exactly what I'm about to do. Yeah, no NetConf yang, yeah, NetConf yang. Yeah, that's the best. I figured that's probably the best way to do it. Let's try to run it again. Okay, you know what? What we'll do from here on out is we'll use Yang Suite to build the RPCs, and then we'll just be coding it out. So netconf yang. So we'll do scrapply netconf. So there's .py. So there's a couple things we can do here. Git list. What am I doing? Pip list. So there's a couple modules you can use to interact with a device via netconf. You can use the NC client, which is one of the traditional ways. I mean, it's the go-to library, I should say. Let me find it here. Yeah, NC client, or you could use scrapply netconf. Here. But I think, let me just double check something. So they provided the list of libraries that they're going to provide. Okay, so scrapply netconf, they are going to provide documentation on the exam for that. So that's a good thing. And they also provide NC client. So let's just do scrapply netconf. Let's do this. Nick says, just hope it works. Yeah, yeah. I mean, of course it wouldn't work, you know. Okay, so like I said, these are both Python libraries. NC Client, Scrapply, NetConf. I've used NC Client in the past, and so I actually want to try out Scrapply NetConf, and see kind of how it works. So pretty simple. So it's just kind of like Scrapply, but you're just using the NetConf driver instead of. So Scrapply uses this concept of drivers, and so there's a driver per OS. So like iOS XE has a driver, NX OS has a driver. I think I'd have to check all the documentation, but you kind of get my point. Is you have all of that. It's all the abstraction is underneath of these drivers. So what we will do, because I'm not ashamed about it, we'll just copy this first piece here, first little piece of code, and okay. I don't know, what's it using? Oh, it's not using my virtual environment. So it's going to be using expert, VNVs, main, bin, Python. Boom. Select interpreter. All right. So now all the code linting and stuff should go through that interpreter. Username, password. So this part I was actually planning, and I'll be transparent about my thoughts with the stream and what some of the planning things I was considering. So I was going to incorporate HashiCorp Vault into these solutions. My thing though was I've messed with Vault a little bit, but I didn't feel like I wanted to use too much time on the stream to go through and integrate it. I will be doing that in my studies. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm skipping over it, but just for the stream purposes. So for those that are like, oh, dude, like this is definitely violating the OWASP top 10. It's like, yeah, I know that. Like, it's not that secure, but I'm doing this for the purpose of, the stream and kind of going through the programming concepts. And then the security piece, I'm also going to be covering just in my studies. So, actually, you guys have seen my username password before. It's not that big of a deal. It's just NETCONF 2. And so, let's see. So we say connection open, but I don't want to do that. I prefer to open it with a context manager. I feel like that's... But whatever. All right. So we'll just do the last two pieces here just to make sure it works. Okay. Okay, we're not going through this right now. So we'll do netconf yang python scraply netconf. All right. Okay, so it worked, and there's plenty of reasons to show you it does, because you can see all the different routes and whatnot. So that's good news. So it seems like there just might be an issue with Yang Suite. So now we want to edit the config, right? All we did here was just get the config. Oh, here's some more examples. iOS XR and Junos, it looks like it was made for. So let's see. New drivers, so on. Not worried about that. I'm actually kind of just looking for the API docs. Yeah, I've set that up. Yeah, so don't want to get the config. Don't need Git. It's pretty straightforward though. You open the connection, you either do git config git, the different, what we already went over in Yang Suite. So, oh, and here's those filters, that we were, I don't know if we'll even touch on just for how long this, stream's been, but, subtree and XPath are your two filters. Subtree is like the pieces of the, all that return output. If we wanted just a little piece, you could specify what you're looking for. But for the exam, it specifies you have to understand XPath, which I'll just to show you. Yeah, create a netconf filter by using XPath. So I imagine on the exam, we will be able to do something like this to say, okay, git, and then use the filter. He defines the filter here, but using a filter type of XPath. So instead of actually like doing a subtree like it is here, we would specify, okay, we want to get just a particular piece of the configuration, and we'll do an XPath lock. Don't need that. There we go. Edit config. Okay, so CDP config, pretty straightforward. Edit config, target, so on. Okay. So we're gonna want to do, we'll call this BGP config, and it's gonna be a multi-line, and I'm gonna steal it from here. Let's just delete that. Yeah, this thing's still hung. Now I shouldn't need. So you have your RPC tags on the outside, then the operation type on one level in. So I should just need what's in the config section here. So let's try this. Let's see if it works. right? And that has everything. That has our neighbors, that has our BGP configuration, or global configuration, and then like the individual neighbor configuration. So that should be good. And we'll do edit config, and we'll say the config equals BGP config, and it's gonna be a target, not a source, because we're editing. And we're gonna print the result. The result should just be an OK. But let's see. There we go. Boom. Just to verify that everything actually is doing what it says it is, let's go ahead and extend this again. Like I said, I apologize for everything being so tiny on the screen. I ideally like it to go full screen, but probably it's not the case. All right, so we should see two neighbors and a global BGP configuration. All right. Yep, local ASN 65001. The neighbor with the remote AS, log neighbor changes disable. So, oh, we didn't include it in the other one, did we? Interesting. So let's see if I can include it without the disable keyword in the payload. So if we go back up here, I think log neighbor changes, it's just an open and close, because up here was open, disable, close. So we'll just do log neighbor changes. Hopefully it doesn't have any issues with that. Right, and the reason that worked, by the way, you're probably like, wait, you just configured it, how did you do it twice? It's not that it's idempotent, it's that it uses the merge operation. And the way we specified that, if you remember, was up here. Where was it? Over here? There we go. Operation merge. So everything, it was merged, right? But if we did like, so if I change that, and just to show you actually, if we change this to create, it should error out. Yep, right? Operation bad attribute, bad element ID, and right, and that ID is, if you remember, is the local ASN. So, but if we change that back to merge, oops. Let's go back to here. Let's just see if it shows up now. Yeah. So there we go. So remember, in the log, neighbor changes was the one that had the checkbox, or was it a checkbox or radio button that said, is it present or not? It's not. That's why it's like tough to say, is it a true false, like saying type empty? Because it's not a true false. It's a, do you want to include it or are you not? And then if you have a when statement with it, you would then say, okay, do you want to, if this is present, then include this, right? So it's that chain effect. So hopefully that helps clear up that type empty question we had like an hour ago now. But there we go. We have BGP configured. It was technically automated. I know it took a long time, and everyone's probably like, oh, dude, that was not automated. That took us almost 2 hours. No, I mean, obviously we walked through a lot with Yang data models, so it wasn't the full 2 hours. And realistically, I could have easily just created, using Yang Suite, created this payload, created this script, and went about my day. But it's nice to walk through things and understand kind of why you're doing it or what you're doing, because what if, let's say they took out the ID right here, right? And remember, the ID is a key for the neighbor list, right? So what if I took out this ID and they gave us this error, this RPC error, bad attribute, or bad element, whatever. They gave us just an error message, and they're like, "Hey, why is this wrong? Why is this payload wrong?" Well, you could probably spot that difference, especially if you know BGP. But what if it's an unfamiliar Yang model, and you're like, okay, I don't know why it's different. You'll know that now because you can reference, hey, the ID was a key within the neighbor list, and so you have to make sure the ID is included. So yeah, so that configured BGP, and I'll just call this Scrapply BGP or IOSXC BGP. Right. All right. So that's that. Add a config, delete config. Oh, you can even, the RPC method, generally this is used for Juniper devices, bare RPC. Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with that. Let's see what advanced usage is all about. Oh yeah, getting capabilities. We didn't touch on the capabilities, but basically this is telling, if you get a list of the server capabilities, this is part of that first initial hello exchange, which with the Yang Suite errors we got, you saw those hello messages. The list of capabilities would be returned if everything kind of worked out properly. Data stores, we kind of mentioned that. And then the different transports, that's for SSH2. All right. So Scrapply NetConf may be the way for the exam, if given the choice, right? If it says, hey, automate this configuration, you're given Yang Suite to build your payload, but you get to choose whether you use NC Client or Scrapply NetConf. I might rock with Scrapply NetConf. It's pretty simple. I'll have to check error handling to see, because the nice thing with NC Client, you could say, is if response.ok, which is obviously very easy to understand. You could say if it's okay, then log a message, print a message, return something. If not, then you can raise an error, an exception. So, but I'll have to dive into it a little more. Okay, so we have the BGP. So we'll check this off. Configuring these other devices or these other features, I don't think we'll get to them. I'll still need to do them, obviously, off stream. I just don't think we'll be able to get to them today, since we do have kind of this part 2 with the REST API. BGP OSPF peering. So I guess we'll kind of scratch these out. We'll just change the color of them to like a red. But I do want to configure. I need to configure the OSPF peerings. My plan with that was to do the internal, right? So like the one I have here, I have a Nexus switch and a router. I was planning to do an OSPF peering between these two. And then the BGP peering I'll be able to do across these other two iOS switches. So let's get these two routers up. So we'll get the BGP peering working between these three routers, and then we'll do an OSPF between the Nexus and this router. So let's move on here. So now, instead of having the, and maybe we'll have more luck with this, we'll do Nexus we'll do a switch. So now we're switching. We're kind of switching over to, of course, right? Refresh. So now we're kind of switching gears. We're going from iOS XE to Nexus. Nexus, if we read through the hold on. Hopefully this didn't die completely. NETCONF. Nexus. Device. NX switch. We might be dead in the water here. Maybe. Oh, here we go. Load modules. While that's loading, if we go back to our exam topics, we have consume, well, not that. Create a RESTConf or NETCONF payload based on a given Yang module, interpret the response. I think we pretty much did that. Like I said, we just don't have enough time for RESTConf, but it's not transactional in the way where we could have multiple payloads. So that's the big difference. It uses a different format. Obviously, you're using kind of the RESTful architecture. So think of your CRUD operations. So if you were to open Postman, you do get, put, delete, and so on. And you're hitting a different URI, right? So the URI is actually /RESTConf/data, and then you would put the rest of the XPath. So we just won't get to that. Creating a NetConf filter by using XPath, we could take a look at that. But ideally, I want to stick with configuring our devices and then kind of moving on to the other API, creating the REST API using Flask RESTX. So, but like I said, the filter is kind of like one of those things where you, especially using XPath, you kind of go down to the point what you're looking for. So I guess we'll just do it real quick. I don't know why I keep saying like, oh, we shouldn't do it. Let me open up. Let me configure OSPF real quick here. So we're configuring OSPF on Nexus, and I'm trying to think honestly if I want to do this per se. But yeah, I'll go through the example. I'll go through a quick example. So Nexus is kind of interesting because a lot of the modules are the OpenConfig modules. So if you're not familiar, you have like the standard, you have vendor-specific modules, and then you have OpenConfig. OpenConfig is like another consortium that it's the history of OpenConfig is actually kind of is cool because it was built because the IETF was taking so long in their eyes that there's a separate consortium started by, I believe, Google that started creating Yang data models, right? And they tried doing it very quickly, iteratively, like just boom, boom, boom. They end up, from my understanding, stepping on their own feet with some of the OpenConfigs don't really, or the OpenConfig modules, some of them don't comply with some standards and some do. And I don't know. I was just kind of reading as I went. The gist I got was OpenConfig was kind of tired of waiting for IETF. So there are, they built them out to be kind of vendor agnostic, but at the same time, they wanted, they're just different than what, your standard base IETF modules. Okay. So it's interesting. The reason I tell you all that is because the modules I pulled out was the Cisco NXOS device module. And going through this, they have a top-level container for system, right? And all these down here, I believe these are actions. So like, yeah, delete, reload. Like they're like, if you put this in your payload, like it's going to do that action. So like reload, for example. But if you wanted to configure, so you go into system, maybe. Let me find it here. Yeah, OSPF items. Instance, and then the name of the instance. So this is kind of interesting because we'll edit config. So we're in OSPF items. The name is actually going to be the name of the I got this wrong yesterday. That's why I'm like trying to think of. I was looking at this yesterday because it confused me. For one is the name of the basically the VRF, right? That the OSPF instance would reside in, and then the other is the name, the actual process number. So I think it was instance list. All right, so this name up here, I believe, use defaults. This is the VRF. Oh yeah, that would make sense because you get multiple instances within the same VRF. So yeah, so you have the name, and then under instance list, st, we would do, let's just do OSPF 10 enabled, and then DOM items. This is, or wait, no. Instance list. No, this, I'm sorry. I was, it's not this, it's not this, not this. This, there we go. So your instance list, and then the DOM items is your specific processes, right? I was just too far up in the tree. So let's just say the router ID will be, we'll just do 1111. Admin state, we'll say is enabled. It's enabled by default, but it's just good to. And then we should be able to edit the network or area items, I think. Yeah, so area, so we're in area 0. I don't need a name. It's like going real far down. I was just hoping to find the network, man. Let's see what this builds. OSPF items enabled. Name. OSPF 10. But I don't have a network, that's the thing. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's up a level. Distance. Honestly, I have no idea. Let's run it. Let's see if it works. It's still cracked out. Yeah, I can't parse it. All right. You know what? Kind of leave it there. We'll kind of leave it there. Because I just don't. I'm not too worried about it, and at the same time I don't want to spend too much time, like I said, kind of eating up the stream. So instead, let's take a look at telemetry. How about that? Let's take a look at telemetry. So shifting gears. Yeah, we'll shift to telemetry because this is more fun. So the test specifically calls out the exam topics. Let me go up to, I think it's in 3 here. Yeah. So it does say there's design a model-driven telemetry solution based on a given business and technical requirements by using GNMI dial-in, gRPC dial-out, and NETCONF dial-in. So we're actually going to configure gRPC dial-out. And the reason we're not covering each of these different kind of methods is because of 3.6 right here. This is the only exam topic for the model-driven telemetry that actually uses the keyword create. And so I actually went through last week and did a whole, went through the different verbs and looked at what says design, what says deploy, configure, create. And I know it's not like me saying, yep, this is what's going to be on the practical side. No, this is what's going to be on the theoretical side, right? The multiple choice or whatever. I didn't do any of that. I'm trying to, there's a lot on here as we've gone over the past, 3 months. And so I'm trying to take what I can and hone in on the specifics. And then, obviously when test day comes, I just have to take all my knowledge and kind of roll with it. So I'm following what this asks for here. So creating a Yang model-driven telemetry subscription, identifying model elements. I'm going to just do basic CPU and memory and maybe some interface stats. On-change or event-driven, optimize frequency, dial-out subscription, secure telemetry streams. I still got to hone in on this, so we're not going to do it during the stream. This is still kind of a TBD on my part. Confirm the data transmission, and then identify network issues and make changes. And so I have... I don't even have to log in, actually. I have... if I go to... boom. So I mentioned that one Ubuntu machine. I have the TIG stack up and running on it. Telegraph, InfluxDB, and Grafana. And so all this is patched up, and this is the way it's going to work in the lab. You're not going to be expected to install this and set up all the configuration. It's all going to be patched together for us. We just have to focus on how to get data to it. And so I created this one a long time ago during another stream, and you could see I just want to prove that, hey, I'm not cheating. No data for these specific devices. And so we have Telegraph that's accepting data on a specific port, which I believe is 57,000, if I remember correctly. I can double check that. And then it will take in the data, put it into, it can actually parse it out to what you're looking for, the specifics, and then store it in InfluxDB, and InfluxDB feeds it into Grafana. So complete kind of shift here. But what we're going to do is, and just honestly with the struggles I've had with Nexus, I'm going to do iOS first, and there's a chance I might just skip the Nexus for now. But we're going to do iOS XE, CPU, no? Let's see. I think it's there you go. I was gonna say I think it's process if I remember correctly. Then we're gonna do memory. I think BGP has an Opera as well. Yeah. So we'll even do Opera on BGP because we have it configured. Obviously, actually, what I might do is configure one of the other routers to get that adjacency up. Let me do that real quick. So I'll configure this one just manually because that way we could see data in our Grafana dashboard. So do I have to no shut these interfaces? No, they're already up. Okay, cool. So we'll do router BGP 65,002. And sorry, don't shame me for doing this. I'm manually getting this up to get the MDT piece working. What do we say? 250.1.1 remote AS. Yeah, remote AS is 65,001. Log neighbor. Oh no, I had to stick that on the end. All right. Not that big of a deal. I just need to show run. Oh, I'm an idiot. I don't have the interface configured. Right. And that's actually something I forgot on the iOS XE router as well. So we'll do no shut, IP address 10, 250.1.2. All right. So 02 is up, and then let me get down here, do this one. NETCONF and G2. Oh, it's just, I forgot. Or we'll do the IP address first, just so I don't get a bunch of logs. 10.250.1. All right. Here we go. So we should see the adjacencies come up soon. Man. If you have any questions, let me know. If anyone's still here. I know I've ran into the issues today. So let's see. Let me make sure this configuration's right too. All right, so that should work. Oh, I have log. Oh, I forgot I did that, man. I have no logging neighbor changes disabled from before. Oh man. All right. All right. BGP summary. All right, so it's up. So we have BGP neighborship. It's up. Hey Julio, how are you doing? I know you wouldn't be able to make the very beginning of the stream since you're out on the West Coast, but glad you're here. You missed quite the eventful morning so far. Okay, so let's load these modules. Let's do a git. Oh no, I meant to do it here. There we go. Dude, if this thing's still busted, best of luck on the lab. Thank you. It'll be interesting for sure. You may have actually enjoyed the first part of the stream. We were going over Yang data models and the intricacies and fun of that. So I can always connect with you offline too to kind of go through it. It was I've learned a lot since I think the last stream, or me and you were talking on Discord or something. I've learned a lot since then about Yang data models. So I'm definitely no master, but I feel like I feel a little better about it. Wait, let's see. Oh yeah, I gotta actually select a. I don't really want a the PID here. There we go. All right. So we have, and this is all wacky because normally I should be able to select like, I'm basically just using this to get the paths, the XPath. So I'll configure it using, I'll just do a manual configuration. Oh, there we go. The neighbor showing is up now. So I'll do a manual configuration on router 2 since it's just an iOS device. Oh, I can't do it. Oh, I forgot. Router 1. Duh. When the day comes when we're just all on iOS XE instead of this vanilla iOS XE, it's coming soon, but it'll be great whenever it's like here. So we'll do telemetry subscription. Dude, am I spelling it wrong? Oh, it's IETF subscription. We'll do 10. And then here are the options. So we'll first specify the encoding. And then we'll encode with the key value Google protobuf. We will do the receiver next. That will be 10 or 203. And I think you put your, oh no. Receiver IP. Oh my gosh. IP. Oh my gosh. Address. I forgot. 203. I'll say I know I could specify the port. I'm pretty sure it's 57,000. Pretty sure it's 57,000. Let me log in real quick though. SSH. I think it's just Dan. Okay, I guess I don't have port 22 open. Let me just go in the console. I just want to verify. I'm just verifying the port number that Telegraph's listening on. Let me just go to console here. Open in browser. Julio says, "Oh yes, I could learn from you. Yang hurt my brain." Yeah, dude, Yang hurts everyone's brains. So don't it hurts everyone's brains until you start I was telling the chat that once you I read the book Network Programmability with Yang. I think that's the title. If I mess it up, I apologize. But it's a really good book. It gives you history on Yang, and then it also breaks it down and uses a simple example of, I believe, a bookstore. So it's like pulls you out of the networking world and just makes you understand, like, okay, how do I model data? And once you understand that, everything else kind of falls in place. Let me see. So all these are installed as a daemon or background service. So if you just do systemctl status, telegraph, it should tell us what it's listening on. Or hold on, I'll just go to the configuration just because it's like cut off. So we'll do etc telegraph. That's what I thought. Telegraph .conf. 57,000. Yeah. And this is kind of how, and this, by the way, from my understanding, this will all be configured on test day. So like I set all this up myself, but you could see here, like this configuration I did. I've actually followed a DevNet Learning Lab, so if you're interested, I'd highly recommend doing that. But it talks about the agent, the inputs, and the outputs, right? So Telegraph is it's a pretty simple system, right? It takes inputs as your data. You specify some parameters to identify the data. These plugins here, so I'm using Cisco Telemetry MDT. That's where I got these parameters from. And then you actually can do, in Telegraph, you can do some processing of the data and then kind of turn it around and output it. But for right now, I just have an input and an output. And output obviously is InfluxDB, which then Grafana reads from, hence you get the whole cycle. So cool. That's all. I just need the port number. All right, so port 57,000 protocol, or no, I didn't have to do protocol before. Oh yeah, gRPC, TCP. I don't think I did that before though. So the receiver, stream. I think this is the one where I can do an XPath. Oh no, this is where you configure it to be the dial out, yang push, and then the filter is your XPath. You specify XPath. All right, so my XPath filter, this is where it will kind of be interesting. So we want. We're looking at Cisco iOS XE. Oh no, what happened? There we go. So we're looking at Cisco iOS XE process memory opper. All right, that's the root. Process. Oh, process. Oops. Process memory opper. And then we will do memory usage processes. I don't think I need the slash though. I think it's because we're referencing a container. Memory usage processes. And memory usage process. Or no, I think that's all I want actually. Oh, processes. This is not right. Yeah, this is not going to be right. Because what I'm doing is I'm specifying, and I would love to be able to use this or use Yang Suite, but it's just not working out. I have my container and then a list. So the problem is I'm only referencing the container. The reason I'm not doing a list is because I don't have the process ID or the name and I want to collect all these metrics. So it's like, I don't know. We'll see. So we have a filter. Oh, update policy. So update policy is where you have your cadence. So on change or periodic. So we'll do periodic. I think this is in hundreds of a second. So we'll do 500. Because 100 will equal 1 second. Right? No. 5,500. All right, so we'll do show section telemetry. Telemetry. Yeah, I can tell you for almost for a fact that this is wrong. Actually, what I might do, instead of just keep telling you that it's wrong, is change it. So no filter XPath. Jeez. And I'll just make it jeez. Copy and paste, like the keyboard shortcuts is just a struggle. So XPath. What? Alright, well, you know what? We're just going to keep it, I guess. And we will create a new dashboard. This is where I wish I had like a little, oh. Let's do that. Select. Oh, here we go. This is what I was looking for. Cisco iOS XE memory, because this is from the last time I did it. So memory statistics, memory statistic. So I was in the wrong. I was using the wrong module. So we're doing memory opper, so not process. So that's like a good thing for my future self to understand. So we'll do memory opper, and I just don't know. How did I do that? Just memory statistics. So that's a good thing to know. So I can reference the list. I don't have to have a name. It'll just get me every name. So that's good to know. Okay. IETF, subscription 10, negate a command. Yeah. Oh, I know why. So, one of the, whatever you want to look at it, the perks, I guess you could say, of creating a telemetry subscription on iOS XE, might be on Nexus as well, is you can't edit the filter. You can't edit. You really can't edit much. You can see here, whenever I do a no command, I can only edit receiver, source address, source VRF. The update policy, the stream, the encoding, the filter, I can't update any of that. So the only way to actually change this is by creating a new one. And so what I'm going to do is I'll create a new one before I delete the old one, the one that doesn't really work. So we'll do subscription 11, encoding, encode key value pair or key value, and then we're doing a filter x path, and then what was it? It was Cisco iOS XE memory opper. Cisco iOS XE memory opper, and then the container, right? The container is memory statistic. Memory statistics is this, wait, with an S? Yeah. And then referencing the list memory statistic. All right. So that went in. So now we have to identify what the stream. It's a yang push. And then the update policy, again, is the cadence. So with memory and CPU, like that would be a good periodic, where you're just like kind of like SNMP, right? SNMP polls every whatever, 30 seconds, minute, however long you want. But on change would be like the BGP one would be a good on change, right? So if you're expecting 2 BGP neighbors and then it changes down to 1, then you would like a push of that to your system. Otherwise, the system will know, hey, this hasn't changed. And so it's going to just keep staying at 2 until it drops off or adds 1 or whatever. So we'll do periodic. And we'll just do 500. I don't know why, or I don't know if it's 5,000. I don't know why I thought 500. Oh my gosh. Do show run section telemetry. Okay. Guess, oh, I forgot it's not gonna auto. All right, so we have our filter. We have, and I don't think I need that slash, and it's gonna really suck if it's not needed, but. And then the receiver IP. I'm just going to copy this one because this is exactly what we need. Paste. Okay. So it should be pushing data now. I'm just going to delete this subscription because it's probably sending bunch of errors. So all we have now is the telemetry subscription 11. It's a dial out subscription, right? So it's pushing data from the server to the client, and the server being router 1 in this case. It's sending it every 5 seconds, and so we should be able to see there we go. All right, so we'll say this is DevNet Expert finale stream. Apply. I'm just trying to edit. I didn't mean to actually do that. Edit, there we go. So I'm trying to get statistic. Host equals. Oh no, because that's coming. I don't care about that. Remove that filter. Apply changes. So I'm gonna guess, got on a limb and guess that that slash may not have been needed. Let's check it out. So what I'll do is I'll create another subscription. Telemetry IETF subscription 12. The encoding is encode KB. Oh, not that. KB. The filter path is just this. I don't think, for some reason I kept thinking that you'd have to, like, it's almost like, you know, in Linux where you have like the root. Like that's kind of my thought, or why I put that there. But I don't think that's the case. Everything else is the same. So we'll just do a copy and paste. All right. We'll do edit. Select. Oh, I mean, this probably didn't help either. We'll do used memory, and then we'll group by. Yeah, we'll group by the time interval. Apply. And what I will do is to troubleshoot this, go into open up the console again. I'll go to Influx database to make sure that there's data. Oh, Jeremy, I see. I think 500 is 5 seconds. Yeah, so initially that's what I thought too, but maybe I should change the intervals. Because I did it one other time, and I'm pretty sure I had it as 5,000, it being 1/100th of a second. Yeah, you might be right by that, actually. Maybe that's why. Let me change that before I do anything else. Good question. 203. Yeah. Or now I do. Section telemetry. There we go. Let's do. I think Jeremy's right. Let's go ahead and change this subscription. The real question is now, it's like, okay, well, what? Pretty sure this is right. So we'll do no telemetry IETF subscription 12. And then we'll reconfigure it. IETF subscription 12. Encode. Hey, let me tell you something. I at least will not forget that. I won't forget all these config parameters. There's no shot I'll forget it now. So we'll do that, and then I'll just change my cadence to be like really small, so that way it's. And the reason I'm kind of avoiding the database is because I don't know if I'll have access on the exam, right? So like if there's an issue with it, like I have to understand like how it's gonna work. Okay, so stream. Update policy. Oh, periodic. 500, and then and I didn't even look at any of the show commands yet. That's probably another reason. All right, so it's show telemetry, yeah, IETF subscription. I'm pretty sure you can specify the subscription, right? Invalid, yeah. So interesting. And then I imagine 10's also invalid. Or 11? Yeah. So the XPath's invalid. Which I probably should have checked before I went and did that. Show run section telemetry. So my XPath's invalid. So that's the. So let's try this again. So we'll go back to creating. Oops. Telemetry subscription, or IETF, the IETF subscription 10 encoding encode KV. Oh man, I was planning on taking a break, but it being 12 o'clock and we haven't even got to the Flask part, the REST API yet. Gotta just kind of grind through it. Network bits, yeah. Final stream for the DevNet Expert series. I plan to stream after, like, this summer. So after the exam and everything kind of settles, I do plan to do normal, but non-topical streams. So it'll be like, if I want to do a stream on learning Go or want to do a stream on Container Lab, I can do whatever. So Jeremy says, on the documentation we see a / at the beginning of the XPath. Yeah, maybe I have a typo in here. Because, so that's my thought too, is it has a / Now I'm going to try without, because it kept saying that my, let's see. Yeah, no, Nick, you're not missing anything. I decided to opt out of the doing a Discord call. Mostly because my computer, I don't know if it could handle all of that. Because whenever I did a co-stream with John Capobianco, we were on a Discord call together, and that like bogged me down. So I don't know. It's just my computer. It's like almost 10 years old. I gotta build another, buy another one. Statistic. Okay. So that's the real reason. And also, we have chat, like YouTube chat, I think suffices as well. So we'll do stream, yang, push, update policy, periodic, 500, and then the receiver. All right, so show telemetry, IETF subscription 10, invalid. Oh man, I just have to dig into that more. I'm sure this hasn't updated. Yeah, no. Because Cisco SXE memory hopper. And yeah, I guess I can just Google it, but I just hate doing that. Cisco MDT telemetry. Julio says autocomplete for those XPaths would be so helpful right now. Totally agree. Totally agree. But I get it. I mean, that's something I have to work on myself, is the XPaths. But the thing that's different, right? So the thing that's different with telemetry versus like configuration, because this is what it boils down to with Yang. I know that this is a container, this is a list, this is a key, and these are all like the leaves part of the list, right? I could configure, like, obviously I couldn't configure a memory statistic because it's all read-only, but I could read this and give you an XPath, right? The problem is, like, with telemetry, I want all this data, and I don't really want to specify a name, because I don't care about a specific, block of memory. I want all of it. So yeah, I don't know. To me, it's like, it's tough in that way. Oh, of course. Is it working now? Dude, it's like, okay, now it's working. Okay. Of course it is. I mean, I guess I could get specific and say processor. So maybe I do that because I know how to put that. I can put that in an XPath. So we'll do a IETF subscription. And this is kind of like, telemetry. IETF subscription. And this is kind of part of like the process is I don't mind kind of messing up in this way. I know I could easily find like the XPath for this, like, because it's a common telemetry item, memory and CPU. But I'm more or less kind of curious now, right? With encode KV or KV. And so if I do XPath, I'm going to do Cisco. I'm going to keep the slash in the beginning. Memory hopper. The container is memory statistics. The list is memory statistic. And then the name is processor. So we're going to say name equals, or no, name equals processor. And then, so now we have a particular name, and now I'll just get total memory. Right, so that's kind of where you could specify a key for the list, right? Because memory statistic is a list, and you specifically want the one the leaf that belongs to processor. And actually, while I'm on it, it'd be really cool. Actually, so what I was gonna say was, the way I remember list and leaves, and you're like, I mean, obviously besides the little icon, a list, think of it as like a database table, and the leaves are your columns. So whenever you're looking at memory statistic, picture a table, and then each leaf being a column, and then the data makes up the rows, right? So as with every database table, you have kind of that primary key in that first column most of the time, and that's where this key comes from. So if you're more like me, like I try visualizing some of this, that's where name comes from, is the key. Or, I'm sorry, the database and the column. That's the way I remember it. I don't know if this is gonna work either, to be honest with you. And if it doesn't, so be it. Yang push update policy is periodic 500 receiver IP address is 192.168.203 57,000. Protocol is gRPC TCP. That's it. Show run section. Or no, I'm not even gonna do show runs. Actually, let me make sure it's configured right. So 13. We have an encoding. We have a filter. I don't know if that's gonna work. I don't think I needed the double quotes. Crap. Okay. And I'll let you know in a second. Let's see. Telemetry. IETF. Subscription. 13. Yeah, it's invalid. Yeah, I don't think I need the quotes. All right, this is my last attempt. This will be the last attempt, and then I'm gonna take a quick break to finish out the stream. We'll switch context here in a second, and we'll be focused on programming using Flask RESTX. So, apologize that not much has worked out thus far. I mean, we got some NETCONF working before Yang Suite kind of went haywire. But yeah, we'll get. That's part of the process. So we're gonna say processor. And I know, by the way, that this is a. You might be like, well, where's he getting the name from? So if we go back here, here, you can see under memory statistic, we have a name equals processor, right? So that's why I'm identifying the key, processor, and then I want the total memory for that. What? Oh, filter. Oh, I meant to do XPath. All right. Stream is going to be Yang push update policy. Tell you what, for it being an automation focused exam, I will definitely be remembering these CLI commands forever. So 500 receiver IP address 57 gRPC TCP show run section telemetry. Nope. All right. So you have encoding, the filter, the stream, the update receiver, blah blah Okay, well, let's see how this works. If it's invalid again, then so be it. I'll have to do some obviously I gotta put some work in for this. Yeah, it's invalid again. Okay, whatever. I'll have to put some work in off stream on this. Because like, I guess my thing with the telemetry piece is not necessarily like the XPath is obviously very important. So I'm not too worried about that. The XPath will come. Like, you know, obviously I'm not going to spend another hour on this while on stream, but later today, I'm sure I'll figure it out and I'll be like, oh, duh, I'm an idiot. So like, it's those sort of moments that I'm not too worried about. I guess the thing that I feel comfortable with is I'm comfortable configuring the telemetry. I understand how to configure it. Obviously this is a dial out, so there's a dial in, and you actually can use Yang suite to create a dial in NETCONF subscription, right? So there's that piece of it. And also I'm comfortable reading through a Yang data module or Yang module. Jeez, I feel like I jump between module and model. But I'm comfortable reading through all this. I understand what everything means. I can read through PyYang output and understand, okay, what's a list, what's a container, grouping, what's used where. So like that makes me feel more comfortable. I think a lot of times, especially with the higher up exams, like I even felt this with DevCore, is if you feel uncomfortable, if you study something just to study and try to like verbatim understand, like for example, like an API call, obviously there's going to be some things you have to remember. You have to remember maybe like some key endpoint URIs, but like studying it just to say, okay, like this is how you get WebEx messages, or this is how this works, that's okay. But like a lot of times you have to understand why it works that way, and also how to troubleshoot if it doesn't work. So in my case here, it's not working, right? It's obvious. So I need to understand how and why it's not working. I obviously know the show command to actually figure out why it's, it says it's invalid. Is there anything else we get out of this? If I use detail, it shows some more updates. You can see invalid XPath filter. That's in the notes. So that's right from the CLI. And honestly, it's probably because I'm trying to call a specific leaf. Or somehow this isn't encoded. Like, who knows, right? I mean, I can go back through, but it's going to take troubleshooting, right? And that's, honestly, that's okay. Like, that's kind of the part, that's the name of the game. So I'll go through and kind of figure this out off stream. So at the end of the day, we didn't get the results we wanted with that, but I'll kind of figure it out off stream. So Julio says, love the positive mindset, keep that energy during the lab. Yeah, I will. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of that way about a lot of tests. Like, I don't ever look at it as, oh no, if I'm gonna pass, like this, this is, my world's gonna crumble. At the end of the day, everything's a learning opportunity, whether you fail or pass. And I never look at it as like if. I always look at it as when, right? Because like, if you think what we're doing here is like, oh man, like I'm actually like getting this, like this is good stuff, it's going to be around for a while. Like, this automation still, it has a lot more adoption, but it's not like you can look at, like CCIE, the CCIE route and switch. They have a lot of resources out there because a lot of people have gone through and provided that feedback, whether it be a blog or like the trainings are available. So, this is all new. And so that's why, like, hey, this didn't work out. That's fine. I'll figure it out. I didn't memorize this XPath. Like, when you're taking exams there, some people may look at that and be like, yep, I got it. If I memorize that, I'm good. I can read an XPath. It's like, no, like you have to understand the different pieces within the Yang model, which I feel like I do. I just, for some reason, this isn't a valid XPath, so maybe I don't. All right, so I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in like a couple minutes max. Like literally just gonna go get a drink of water, and whenever I come back, we're gonna switch gears and do. Yeah, we're just gonna mark this all red. That did not work out. Okay, whatever. I don't know why it can't highlight, but we're gonna switch up. And because we're already at 12, about 12:20, I'm gonna switch it up. We're gonna do some software development. So we're gonna build a REST API. I don't understand that. Build a REST API using Flask RESTX. I've used Flask extensively in the past, but I've never used the RESTX library. It's kind of like it's like a module kind of, it's an add-on if you want to look at a plugin. It's a little different. I've only skimmed the introduction documentation, but I've never really built out a full an API with it. So we'll kind of dive into that, and we'll accomplish some of the basic things they highlight: endpoints, HTTP requests and response, and then containerizing it using a Docker file. That should be pretty straightforward. But we'll see where we go from there. And that'll be it. That'll kind of wrap it up. So probably another hour or so once I get back. But Jeremy, thank you. I see you're going to have to go during the break. So I appreciate you stopping by, and thanks again. I guess have a good rest of your, I don't know what time it is in Paris, evening, I guess, for you. So have a good rest of your evening, and thanks for stopping by. But for the rest of you, I will be back in about 2 minutes or so, and then we'll get started on the REST API. All right.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. What's left? The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the highways, and on we'll go. mountains, and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side.
All right. I am back. Man, I had a self-reflection. I was like, dude, nothing has gone my way today. Yang Suite was crashing out. I didn't figure out the XPath with model-driven telemetry. And it's not that I can't figure it out. I guess that's the wrong way of putting it. I could probably sit on stream for 8 hours, 9 hours and get everything done that I have outlined here. I think I just took I have too much. I have too much outlined. So yeah, you guys probably think I'm no way, shape, or form ready for this exam. There are some pieces that I definitely have to work on, but I don't know. I just feel like I keep stepping on my own toes with outlining so much and not really getting to much of it. So, anyways, we'll get to that point. Some other that may be a stream of its own later after the exam or something. So we will move forward to the software development section. So I think you may have saw, I'll actually get rid of all these tabs here. You may have saw that let me get to my, I'm not signed in. Never mind. I created this piece of software, I think it was last weekend. I dubbed it DNAC Sidekick. I thought it was pretty funny, but it was a CLI application, right? And because one of the exam topics is up here, is to build, manage, and operate a Python-based CLI application to use a REST API. So what DNAC Sidekick was, is it talked to the Always On Sandbox, the DNAC Always On Sandbox, and you could get a pretty printed, rich, formatted table for devices, whatever. So instead of doing that again, because what I wanted to do was I wanted to create another one for Meraki. But I was like, nah, that would be really fun to do on stream. I may do that down the, like I said, another future stream idea. But I wanted to get some experience with this Flask REST-X framework. Like I said, I'm familiar with Flask, so I don't think it'll be that tough, but I wanted to get used to it. So so I wanted to cover this one here, 2.2, build, manage, and operate a Python-based REST API with a web application framework using endpoints, HTTP requests, and response. I will kind of give a disclaimer that I'm going to be building just a very basic API that we can interact with using Postman. I do not plan to make this full production grade as something that I might be doing on the exam, only due to time constraints. I could be on for another 2 to 3 hours to build this out. because there's a lot of things related to security, especially around the REST API, right? You have your password management, input validation, error handling, and logging. There'll be some basic error handling, not much, but you kind of get my drift, right? Like it could take me hours to build out a full production grade API, and so what I'm doing is I'm just trying to get an understanding of the syntax and the library itself, and then create some basic endpoints and return some basic responses. So that's the goal. It's going to be pretty simple. Should definitely be able to accomplish it within within an hour. So just want to give you that disclaimer, not so that way at the end of it you're like, oh yeah, that dude, he no shot that could go into production. It's like, yeah, that's why I wanted to provide the feedback now. Okay, so let's get rid of this. I haven't found a good way to minimize that yet. All right, NETCONF. Where is this at? Oh, let me just quickly, because I thought I created RESTX. Oh, you know what? Let me create a new folder. We'll call this one RESTX app. Nope, not in there. Not in there. I'm just going to use the CLI. And this is why people use the CLI, because back this out and we'll just do meter RESTX app. And then we will create an app py, and we'll take a look at the Flask RESTX documentation. So for those that are like, where'd this come from? So they recently announced they updated the list of software on the exam. They didn't change much. It's not like they took things out, changed versions, but they did add this Flask RESTX framework, or library, I'm sorry. And so if we go to requirements txt, let me see if I can, let me download this. Let me download this and then copy over to here. Boom. Boom. And we'll do a pip install requirements.txt. So I'm in the main environment. And so this is on the candidate workstation. They're planning to release a new what the heck? Oh, it was interesting though. Did it find Flask RESTX? Oh, it went through and it already found. Did it install RESTX though? Alright, I guess we'll see. But they're releasing a new candidate workstation here soon with all this bundled in. But I just went through and just did a manual update of my requirement stock there. And so let's go ahead and do just open up another tab. Flask RESTX. So let's check out this framework. or this library or extension. I mean, I feel like I just say, whenever I'm on stream, I just like say all the wrong words. So if anyone was like watching this and verbatim like listen to what I said, they would talk to someone else and be like, dude, you're totally wrong with some things. Yes, it's an extension of Flask. Let's just keep it like that. And so let's go ahead and just create the basic, let's just initialize it here. So from Flask, import Flask. So we create the Flask app still, and then we create a API object from Flask RESTX, and then feed in the Flask application. So that's pretty simple. So we'll just go ahead, copy this. Okay. Simple enough. And then a minimal API here. So this is what's different, and I think I saw this before, and I was like, oh yeah, that's the different approach. So you specify the route. So if we go back to here, so we'll do API, API.route, and we'll just give it like index, right? So we'll just say or root. And so this is the difference, and I actually just tripped myself up. So instead of defining a function, what you do is define a class. And I have to import the resource. So instead of saying like app.route and then put the different methods you accept for this function, so whether get, post, so on, you create a class that's a subclass of this resource class from Flask RESTX, and you can see that here, right? Class hello world, and then it inherits from resource. So if we go back to here, we'll say class home. Let's see. No, index. What did we say? Root, and capitalize, and we're taking in resource from. I wonder what the auto. There we go. I was like, I wonder what auto import says. So we have a class, and then we want to do. I think then here are class methods. Yeah, our class methods take in self, and those class methods are then what is our traditional HTTP method. So here we do get, and then we return hello world. So back here we'll just do get. We take in self because we are in a class, and we're going to return first class. And boom. And then I think it's just if name equals main. I think instead of app.run, I think it's, oh no, it should be app.run, not API. Yep, app.run. Got it. All right, app.run debug equals true. So now we should be able to run this as a standard RESTX app.py. So it should run. Interesting. App.register resource. Oh, did I miss something here? Return hello world. Let me go ahead and let's see. Let's copy this then. We'll comment this out. And we'll do that. And then let's see if it works. If it doesn't. Okay, so it's something I'm doing. So weird. So if we do /hello, so we'll go back here to our browser, get rid of Grafana, our localhost 5000, hello world. There we go. All right, but why is mine not working? It's literally the same code. Well, the only difference being is the only difference is view class. I mean, I'm using double quotes, but that shouldn't change, right? Let's see. Nah, there's something else up with my, oh, maybe do, we'll just call it index or homepage maybe, homepage. Did it not like root? It may have not liked the word root. So if I do, so it should return back. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I get that now. So that's the perk of using the RESTX extension, is that it builds the API docs for you, the Swagger doc. That's awesome. So you can see here, like it built all this for me. It's kind of like Fast API does the same thing, but that's kind of neat that it does that. That kind of helps, you know, so it's kind of self-documenting in that way. So how about we do this? We'll say home. And if we go back to here, we should have a home endpoint pop up too. Yeah. Sweet. That's pretty cool. So, all right. So we'll keep going here. We'll keep going. The main building block provided by a Flask RESTX are resources. Resources are built on a top of a pluggable views, giving you access to multiple HTTP methods just by defining methods on your resource. A basic CRUD resource for a to-do application looks like this. Okay, so that's where it comes into, you have your class, right, that identifies a resource, and then the methods below it are your different actions, or your views as they would call it. So your get, your put, and so on. So let's take that then and create a, where am I? There we go. So let's go ahead and change this around to, let's create a network inventory. Let's create a pretty simple application to where we can add an inventory list to, we won't have a database, but we'll add a list, and then we'll return that list. Well, then we'd have to have some sort of persistence. We'll just add devices. Let's start small. So we'll just say at inventory, And then, so if we get, we'll say inventory. So we'll call this, we'll say name. Or we'll say R1. Boom. And then we will say name R2. So cool. So that's kind of neat because then you don't have to create a bunch of different endpoints for your device. You could just say device int, right? Or never mind. You put the, that's weird. Seems backwards. You're putting, or I'm sorry, string device. I don't know why I even said it was an int. So you're putting the type before, you put the type and then the name. And then self device. You should be able to feed this in. Maybe. How did they do it? Yeah. So get all right. So we'll just say return device added. And then yeah, hostname. I think we can do a delete, right? You would think so. And then we'll just say return device removed or deleted. So, oh, this is kind of cool. So it's just like it's a different way of doing it because you have your inventory and then you would plug in the device host name. So inventory slash R1, R2, switch 1, switch 2, whatever. And then depending on that, you could add a device, delete a device. Cool. Okay, so how about this? So we'll just do a get to inventory, or let's see this. Oh, it turned off. Malformed role. Oh, maybe it didn't like the underscore. We'll just call it device. Didn't like that. Alrighty. Let's go back to the example real quick. Slash. Oh, maybe remove the space there. Ah, there we go. All right, so if we go back to here, let's see, we should have an inventory endpoint now. Oh, That's pretty cool. Nick asked, does it do those actions or just say that it was done? Oh, so for my API, it's not doing anything. But underneath these methods, you could say like, read from a database, parse the output, and return whatever, return HTTP error code, and return a response basically. So yeah, it's not doing any of that though. I'm literally just returning. The only other thing I want to return, I want to create a response object, is return an HTTP status code. So that way you get a status code and then you get a body. But yeah, I'm just trying to get the scaffolding in, since we don't really have a persistence layer. We don't have any sort of database, and I'm not spinning one up. So I'm just kind of getting the scaffolding together. But at a high level, it makes sense. Git, put. But as far as like the method names, it looks like it is, it's doing that because I mean it's well documented here. Oh, I wonder if I somehow can make this optional here. Oh, you know what? Maybe it will be there we go. So all right, so we have our views, blah, 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 go through. RESTX understands multiple kinds of return values from view methods. Similar to Flash, you can return an iterable, and it'll be converted into a response. Set the response code and response header using multiple return values as shown below. Got it. Okay, so you can return the body, and then comma, the code, and then the custom header. Cool. So let me do that then. So we'll just say 204, 294. 204 is no content, and we'll just say, and this is going to be just, this is just going to be a custom header. So we'll say action delete, or and then put will be a 201 because that's created, and we'll just give it action, or I'm sorry, updated. And I'm only, and obviously you would never put this in a header. I'm just trying to look at when it gets returned, because what I'm going to do is save this and then spin up Postman, and I'm going to do a couple requests using Postman. Oh, let me go ahead and do, oops. Okay. So we're going to do a GET request to localhost /inventory/R1. Actually, this might fail. Yeah. Well, and I also got to put HTTP. Oh, and port 5000. Yeah, got an unexpected keyword, device. Yeah, so I need to change that code real quick. String device, we'll feed it device. And we'll just feed it, we'll literally just return it. And like here, so like, and to Nick's point, like here you would obviously return, you would do a like a database lookup and try to find it within the database. If it didn't show up, you could return an error message. If you like, there's multiple ways to handle this. The only reason I'm going through this right now is to learn the Flask, the RESTX extension, and to understand how to operate it. Otherwise, I mean, everything else I feel like I'm pretty confident I can do, like the processing piece. I'm just trying to understand kind of how this is laid out and how it works. Because it's definitely different than traditional Flask. So let me go ahead and update this. So it's still the same. So let me go to Postman. All right, Postman should work now. Yeah. So just like you saw, like in my return statement, we have an inventory. I created it as a kind of a list object, or a list, and then one object, and it just returns the name. But here, in the background, you could do that processing to make sure it's found in a database or data store, wherever you're putting data. Now, if I do a put, and I do R1, and this isn't the way you would do it. Most likely you'd put a body in there. But let's say you just wanted to add R1 that way. It would say device added. Now, the key is a couple things. So you see the status code of 201 created. We specified that. And then the headers, we had this header, action update. See, it's a custom header, and that was found in the response, which is good. That's exactly what we want. Now, if we change put to delete, we should get back a 204, and it should say device deleted. So we'll send this. Or no, it won't return content, duh. So 204 by default, it doesn't return any content. Duh, I don't even know why. But it should be, that header should still be there. Yeah, the action delete custom headers there. So I have a body here, but it doesn't really matter because the 204 is there. But you can see the action delete, action update were present. All right, so let's see. Oh, it's back here. Endpoints. So my plan is I'm gonna go through the rest of this document here, just to get, like I said, a basic idea. I am curious of how they separate the different resources. And it looks like they're gonna address that here. So I'll kind of maybe spread that out and then kind of wrap up from there. So endpoints, many times in an API, your resource will have multiple URLs. You can pass multiple URLs to the add resource method or the route decorator, both on the API object. Each one will be routed to your resource. Got it. So I kind of like the decorator option. It's a little cleaner from a development perspective, and you kind of, so basically this says, instead of having like different routes stacked on top of one another for the same function, like in traditional Flask, or using different endpoints for all these different routes, if you have one class that processes what you're looking to do, you can use multiple routes to hit that one endpoint. Or from a processing perspective. So that's pretty neat, I think. Especially when it comes to reading and writing. Those are two different actions, like adding, deleting, or just getting data. So I think that's pretty neat. You can also match parts of the path as variables to your resource. Got it. Okay. If your request does not match any application's endpoint, Flask RESTX will return a 404 with suggestions of other endpoints. So this, like something like this here, I feel like is it could happen on the, something like that could happen on the exam where you get a 404 and it's like, why would you get a 404? Obviously, a 404 is a not found error, so it's pretty straightforward. But, I expect a lot of, hey, this is broken, or hey, this is someone you previously worked with was started this project and needs help finishing it. Can you help optimize it with this, this, and this? So definitely could see that. While Flask provides an easy way to access request data, query strings, or post form encoded data, it's still a pain to validate form data. Flask RESTX has built-in support for REST data validation using a library similar to argparse. So that's interesting, and that's something interesting because I used for the CLI application, I used Click, which the expert. That's the nice part about having multiple libraries is they kind of let you pick and choose the library you want for a particular task. That's straight from the webinars I've attended. Is you don't have to be an expert in everything, but if there's a task to create a CLI tool, there's only a couple libraries available, Click, argparse, that you can create those. So you better know how to use at least one. So it's interesting that they're using argparse, building off argparse here, only because if I was using argparse, which I'm not, I don't think I'm going to because I like Click, it would double up. Like the knowledge I get from learning the argparse library and developing tools with it, I could then probably use some of it with Flask RESTX as well. So. Unlike argparse, parse args returns a Python dictionary instead of a custom data structure. So that's cool. So it helps with built-in support for data validation. So it's type hinting, type hinting. Yeah, Nick, you mentioned sysargv as well. You could use that. So. So parser, so you create a request parser. I wonder how. So go back to my code. So we'll create this. I don't really have a need for it right now. So rec parse. I think I can just add it right here. Rec parse. And then seems like you just do parser.add argument. Accepts a single instance of an argument. So in my case, let me see. Oh, I need to just keep that up. Rate type integer, and then the help rate to charge for this resource. So in my case, let's do host name or device. Let's just call it device. Device type equals string, and then the help is host name of the network device. Okay. Oh, and then args equals parser.parseArgs. Okay. And that returns a dictionary. Args equals parser.parseArgs. Parse all arguments from the provided request and then return the results as a parse result. Okay. It typically means that you attempted to use functionality and needed an active HTTP request. I did. Is that my problem? So I need to actually put this under one of these endpoints. I just gotta figure out how to use it with my methods. So let's try this. So 400 bad requests will be sent in a response if an argument doesn't pass validation. Interesting. Data formatting. By default, all fields in your return iterable will be rendered as is. While this is great when you're dealing with Python data structure, it can be frustrating when you're working with objects. To solve this, provides the fields module and Marshall with decorator. Similar to Django ORM and WT form, you can use fields to describe the structure of your response. Okay. The above example takes a Python object and prepares it to be serialized. The Marshall with decorator will apply the transformation described by model. The only field extracted from the object is task. The field URL field is a special field. It takes an endpoint name, generates a URL. Got it. So it's like, yeah, I mean, Django ORM uses it. It's a lot like SQL Alchemy as well, where you're creating models for your database tables. I'll have to check into that as well. Fields are not preserved. Okay. All right, let's just take a look at a full functioning example, try to read through it, and then kind of call it from there. Because I'm pretty much, I mean, I gotta read into this, so I'm gonna comment this out. I don't know where this can, if this is used like within the class. Oh, I get it. I get it. Maybe let's try this real quick. Since it is a Python class, it should be initialized. There we go. So will that work? All right, there we go. So we just had to initialize it. That makes sense. All right. So if we do a get, oh, a server error. Great. Let's see what goes on now. Oh, device maybe? No, it should just take in self. Oh no, it needed device. Oh yeah, it needed device. Got it. So it needed device because it does its parsing, or it validates it's a string. Now to see if it breaks, let me just put the number 2 there. All right, it's a string. Oh, I wonder if there's a way we can send it in as just a string. Either way. All right, I'll have to look into that one as well. But it seems pretty straightforward. So I guess kind of to summarize, it's just more of a class-based, it's, you know, object-oriented approach, where instead of doing multiple routes, you're creating a class with the different operations as basically methods, class methods. And you can see, like, here's get, create, update, delete. So it's pretty cool. I think with a little more practice, I can get, my arms around it for sure. But yeah, I think that's about it. We never got to. Oh man, I feel so disappointed in myself. Oh, we built the API. I still got to containerize. All right, so let's do the containerization. Let's end on a high point real quick, because this was just a mess. I definitely signed up for too much, especially for how much I talked during the stream. So let's go ahead and containerize the application real quick using Docker. Let me find. All right. So actually in here, we will create a Docker file. Oop. Docker file. All right. Let's get out of there. And we're going to do from Python, we'll call it 39 Alpine. I think that's, yeah, okay. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's a valid image. So it's going to package in the Python 3.9 base image. And then let's see what else. Let's just go off the exam objectives to make sure we cover everything. Docker's down here. So we're going to create a Docker image, including a Docker file from a provided image, expose ports, add or copy files. So run commands, got it. So we'll expose ports and add or copy files. This will be pretty simple. So let's go to Doom. So we're going to do add, I'm sorry, expose port 5000, because that's what our app runs on. We're going to copy everything in the directory, because the only stuff in the directory right now is just @py. But actually, I'll just copy @py. I'm actually thinking about this, because I'm going to need requirements in here too. Let me just copy everything into a folder called source in the Docker container. And then, actually, before I forget, let's just do pip freeze requirements.txt. All right, so we have the requirements file in there, so all this will be copied. Anything in the RESTX app folder will be copied to root src in the container. We will do an entry point, and we'll do an entry point of Python. I don't have to specify 3 because the only version of Python in this container should be Python 3.9. And so we'll do an entry point, and then we'll do a command provides a default for an executing container. So basically, CMD is basically hanging off of it. Like, picture entry point as this will always happen. We will always have Python being executed. But the arguments ran afterwards can depend on if you add any additional arguments to when you run Docker run, or if you have CMD in here. So what we will do is we will run pip install, and the worst the thing is, you're not really hold on, I almost forgot. So we're gonna run app.py. So we're gonna run, before we even get to entry point, we're gonna run pip install requirements.txt, because we have to get, we don't have to create a virtual environment, because like that's the nice part about being in a container. We can, it's, you know, we should be able to wipe it out, rebuild it, it'll be fine. So we're gonna pip install all the requirements, and then we're gonna immediately jump into entry point, run Python, and then @py. Another good point to do as well is specify a working directory. So a working directory is the path for where all of our files live. So since we're copying them into source, we're going to want to change our working directory to source before we run pip install, and then change, do our entry point and command. So we do add, run commands. So we did that. Manipulate entry point and initial commands. We did that. Establish working directories. We did that. Environment variables. We did not do that. But the way you could do that is using env. So we can go env, the name of the environment variable, set an environment variable to the specified value. So we can say set environment variable, the value will be set, yeah. So anyways, you can set it with env. Not going to do that today. The docker ignore file, so it's kind of like git ignore, where if we had any other files but @py in here, like let's say we had some artifacts or just something that we didn't want to copy over to our Docker container, then we would put it in a .docker ignore file. And then volumes, we don't have a volume. If we had a database, this is where we could do create a volume, right? That would spin up a, we could have the database separate, or we could do a bind volume, which would link to another data source on our host machine. With a database, though, you probably would just spin up another Docker container and have them talk to one another. But volumes come where you're trying to link to a place of persistent storage. And so, with all that said, let's see if this builds. So we're going to do docker build dot. Maybe not. Starting container exec uses. Oh, I got it. We got to do. I forgot. You have to do these all in. Oh wait, no. It should just be pip install, or I'm sorry, pip. You gotta put these in like an iterable. I don't know what's going on here. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, here we go. I'm like, I mean, something should be shown there. Let's try this again. So this is going to install all of our Python packages. Now, if you looked at our requirements.txt file, it's complete overkill, right? Like this is way complete overkill for our little application. So you would never have like 159 packages that you would need to build. It's unnecessary. So Yeah, and then it kind of fails out. So what I might do, let me just scale this down a little bit. So let me just deactivate the current environment, and then we'll do Python. Let me see what version we're on. Oh yeah, Python VNV. We'll just create a new virtual environment. Oh, and then this will also help me explain or share the Docker ignore file. But we'll do that in a second. Source VNV. So we'll do pip install Flask. Let me just install the exact versions here. Copy, paste, and I'm just in my new virtual environment. And then let me install this. Honestly, if I did a pip install of Flask RESTX, it probably would install Flask for me. But either way, okay. So now we'll do a pip list. Oops. Pip list. And you'll see that list is way small now. So we'll do pip freeze requirements .txt. Oh, I just put requirement requirements .txt. We'll delete this. And so now you can see it's only 14 lines, right, instead of 160. And going back to the Docker ignore file, so you create a dot Docker ignore, and you basically list any sort of folders or files that you don't want to be copied ever, that Docker can ignore when doing any sort of copies or anything like that. So because my virtual environment has all these folders and it's already part of my git ignore, which is why it's grayed out, I did a .docker ignore so that way it doesn't get copied over to my Docker image during the build process. So now if we do a Docker build and it's much quicker now. While this builds, check out the chat. Nick says, I like the concept of pip env, I believe it is, where you can do a dev flag on some of the things. That way you can play with some modules in dev that won't get installed in prod. Yeah, the I do like pip env. That's the way I pronounce it. I actually started using it on a project back last fall. It's really easy compared to like virtual environment. Another one that I want to take a look at, but I don't do too much packaging of my like tools, is Poetry is another interesting one that does virtual, the isolation, the virtual environments, but it helps a lot during the packaging process. Okay, so everything says it was built. It says successfully built. So we'll do Docker images. E5. Oh, dude, I didn't name it. That could be a problem. I mean, not really a problem per se, but how the heck is anyone supposed to know what it is? I'm pretty sure I can just do a not maintainer. What's it called? Docker build tag, right? Yeah, so I probably should have did this. Yeah. it's a tag, and we'll call this RESTX app. Oh no, I do it during the I definitely do it during the run process. There we go. Docker images. There we go. Yeah, because it initially built where is it? Oh, maybe it's not here. It initially built one without a name, so it's kind of tough to do Docker run. So we'll do Docker run. Now that we have an image, we'll do Docker run rest or DIT. That's just my go-to. It's detached, interactive, and then opens up a TTY. Just in case you do need to, like a terminal, just in case you have to do like Docker exec or get into it locally. Port, we're gonna just do 5,000, or no, we'll do 8080 on our local host and 5,000 for the container. And then the name of the container is RESTX app. Okay, so it's running now. So if I do Docker PS, maybe. It might have failed. Yeah, exited. Python app py. So it's running Python app py. It should work. I must be missing something. Okay, yeah, because I'm in my working directory. Let's see, Docker. I think you can put the name of the container, if I remember. Oh, I'll just do n. 20. Oh, I gotta put the name of the container. Why? I thought I did that. I think I'm just gonna copy the whole ID. Docker logs. Cannot import name soft encode. What? You know what? It must have not installed. It may have not installed the requirements properly then. Well, let's Docker build. I just don't want to. Actually, I want to remove the cache. It's Docker remove image. Oh yeah, I forgot Docker. Okay. Right. There's a better way to do this. I just don't want to. Or is it docker remove? That was like prune or something. No. Docker remove. There's a better way to do this for those that are curious. Remove and then boom. And then how do you build with no cache? Docker build no cache maybe? I'm pretty sure it's no cache. I mean it's working. It's downloading everything or installing everything. Is Oscar here? Who's Oscar? All right. So it says it was built. RESTX app. Okay. Docker run dit port 8080 5000. Paste RESTX. Oh yeah, Oscar. Yeah. It just came out. I wasn't thinking that. I haven't seen. I don't know. I haven't seen if he's. I haven't seen him in the chat. All right. Or Docker PS. Docker PSA. Oh, PSA. All right. Or Docker logs, and then we'll just do 96D CB. 96D CB. Now, wonder if you have to do. Yeah, there's something up. I'm more interested on, because it's saying that there's an issue launching the app, and so when it launches the app, it's saying that there's a problem getting a certain package. So I'm more interested on if there's an issue, because so I don't know if this expert user is part of the Docker group, like if there's any permission issue, because if you remember way up here, like it's suggesting running pip as root user can result in broken permissions, but I didn't run that as, it says, I didn't run anything as root, and then it also says it successfully installed everything. So yeah, so markup safe is in the requirements file, and that's the thing. I do pip install requirements, and I mean, it says markup safe is here. That's the crazy part. It says markup safe is here, but it can't run it. So I don't know. It just kind of caps off my day, right? Like I haven't been able to really do anything. Just had a struggle. So either way, I'll figure this out. I'll post it up to, that doesn't even have anything in it. So I'll post up what what we've done today. I know it was a lot of talking and a lot of failures, but yeah, like we didn't even really get to containerizing a REST API. Nick, you're asking about has it been imported? No, so so markup. It's a dependency on a higher level module. So the higher level module was whenever I imported Flask, right? So if you look at the traceback from the top, I imported Flask, and then Flask then uses Jinja 2, which you can see all the local imports within Jinja 2, and then it uses markup safe. So for some reason, markup safe isn't imported properly. Most likely, since it's an import error, it probably just wasn't that. Or the only other thing I can think of is a potential conflict in versioning. That's the only other thing I can think of. So yeah. So it's fine. I'll figure it out. Either way, we got it working. Actually, real quick though, we got the app working without. Let me just see. It should fail. Yeah, it does fail. That means that there's a markup safe. Yeah, so it gets installed. There must be a conflict somewhere. The weird part is I did a pip install with the exact Flask and the Flask REST X, like the pinned versions we used. So who knows? But all right, well, this has been it's been a struggle. I mean, I think besides the whole reviewing the Yang data models and like the NETCONF in the first couple hours of the stream, everything else kind of went to shambles. But I appreciate everyone that has stuck with me through this journey. And that's on the stream now, especially like Nick, I know you've been here since the beginning, so I appreciate, spending your Saturday morning here. And thanks again to everyone that's kind of watched up to this point. This is we're at about 4 hours and 40 minutes now. We definitely did not get that much accomplished from, what we were looking at, but that's kind of part of it, right? That's kind of part of the deal is not everything's going to work out. And I didn't have much of it prepared, right? I didn't have like anything. I didn't actually try any of this out beforehand. So a lot of it's on me as far as things not working out. But at the same time, I wanted to go from scratch so that way it's a learning experience for all of us. Yeah, Nick, I think I missed a stream or two at the very start. Yeah, I'm not going to hold you accountable. It's okay. Honestly, yeah, you've definitely been here for the long haul. So I appreciate everyone that's tuned in today. This is definitely not the fireworks and confetti sort of finale stream, but that's part of it, right? We kind of struggle through some things sometimes, and obviously, like, I'm not done studying. Like, it's not like a finale to me. I'm really just starting the crunch for the next 2 weeks. This stream was really for you all, the viewers, to really be able to, ask questions, us go over things. And, so tried combining as much as we could, but it is what it is. Sometimes you get good streams, but others it can be like this where just not everything works out. So thanks again to everyone. And you'll probably see me on Twitter for the next maybe couple days, but then it's, be going dark for a little bit to really hone in. Obviously, I have some things I have to still kind of go over, but this is fun. I appreciate everyone that was here, and I guess before I close out, if there's any other questions, I'll kind of just wait. I know I'm about 30 seconds ahead, so if there's any other questions, put it in the chat now. And to clarify while you're doing that, this isn't my last stream forever. This is just the last stream of the DevNet Expert. And so it's don't feel like I'm never going to stream again. I do plan on streaming probably around mid-May, and doing weekly streams Thursday night. If you all enjoyed this Saturday stream, I can definitely change the time. I know we had Jeremy, I believe, from Paris, so that was awesome having some other international folks on. So I can definitely change times up as we move on, but it won't be focused on the DevNet Expert. It'll be focused on other automation topics that I find amusing, or it could be a side project I'm working on. So Nick says, have a good weekend, Dan. Good luck with the lab. Hope solo lab practice goes better. I do too, Nick, because this is somewhat embarrassing when you all kind of tune in to see something and nothing goes right. You're probably walking away from it like, wow, this guy's doesn't have a chance. So Daniel Spalding says, thanks for the series and good luck. Thank you for tuning in, Daniel. And yeah, hopefully everything does turn out. Nick says, it's been fun. Yeah, it's been fun for me too. I feel like I'll appreciate it a little more as time goes on, rewatching some of these streams. Because obviously with the Expert being brand new, I think a lot of people will be able to tune into these videos in the future and kind of see someone that's self-documented. So either they'll look at it and say, wow, this guy really didn't know what he was doing, or, oh, this was helpful. So far everyone said that this has been helpful, so I'll roll with that answer. I learned a lot. Nick says, I learned a lot during this whole thing. Glad to go through the DevNet Expert with you. Yeah, Nick, and good luck with your studies as well. I know you're looking at the DevCore. Just the questions you've asked throughout all these different streams, I think you're definitely on your way there. I say without a doubt you'll be able to get the DevCore, or DevNet Professional, I guess. Eric's here. Eric, Network Pistola. Hi, Dan. Good luck on your exam. Thanks, Eric. And hopefully, I know you were on the DevCore track for a while, and then you had to take some time off. So hopefully, I think you said you were back on it. So hopefully, you can keep chasing that as well. So Daniel says, you learn the most when troubleshooting. I always feel a little uneasy when everything goes right the first time. Yeah, it's so funny preparing for this. I was like, if everything goes well, like this will be great for a final stream. Like everything just smoothly goes well. We'll cover model-driven telemetry, Yang data models, REST API, like everything. But it figures that the last one gets you. So yeah, I agree though. I'll definitely, as I dive into some of these problems, I'll learn things as I go along. So, but. All right. If that's it, thank you again for everyone that's tuned in. It looks like there are actually a few of you guys. I didn't even know that you were watching. I don't have like a viewer count or anything in front of me. So, Eric, Daniel, a few others that just, saying good luck. Thanks for tuning in. It means a lot, and I hopefully you guys learned. It seems like everyone's kind of learned from each of these streams. We have to wait for season 2. No, season 2 will start right after I take this exam, so mid-May. Pass or fail, I'll be doing more streams. They won't be related to DevNet Expert specifically, Eric, but yeah, I'll be doing some more streams probably like mid to end of May. I'll start up again. If you were here back in the fall before I did the DevNet Expert series, I was doing a side project for that I just kind of created called NetCheck. I might take a look at that again. It uses PyTS and Batfish under the hood, so I might dive into that. I might learn a little bit of Go, the programming language Go. So whatever I do, I'll definitely be streaming it and let everyone know once I'm back in the saddle with streaming. So, but yeah, this kind of ties up the DevNet Expert. Everything's about, we're about 2 weeks away. So yeah, no season 2 though. But all right, well, I guess this will be it. If you guys follow me on Twitter at DevNetDan, that's the best way to get a hold of me. In the meantime, I'll try to get back with you in the next couple weeks, but I'll be really focused on the exam. But then after that, after May 3rd, it'll free me up a little bit, free up some of my time. So if you have any questions, feel free to message me on there. If you just want to follow my progress and my results, I'll definitely be posting on there, pass or fail. Obviously, I won't disclose anything, but I'll kind of just give I'll most likely be writing a blog about my exam experience, everything from traveling to a exam site, because I'm located on the East Coast and I have to go to Richardson, Texas for this exam. So I'll be flying the Monday, May 2nd. I'll be flying there. And so I'll go everything from the travel to the exam itself. I'll kind of cover every little bit because I think it's a whole experience, right? So it's not just the exam itself, but everything that goes into it with an expert level exam. So, all right. Well, I'm wrapping it up, and I'm sure I'll be talking to you all somewhere. Discord, Twitter, you'll find me. So thanks again, and see ya.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays.